Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more work on Insignia. I've got some teleporter, fast travel related stuff like that I'll be working on. We've also got team meetings for the whole team. I have spent the last 2 days not working on Insignia. I've been installing the archaeology project, which has come along really well, actually. This is like in the actual, museum exhibit. We've got 10 setups of the game with arcade controllers and some like multiplayer local synced lighting and all kinds of stuff going on. So it's come along really well. And I'm really excited for anyone who's able to go and check it out. It's at the Museum of Sydney. It'll be there, I think, like a couple of weeks from now, it'll be live. So, yeah, really happy about that. I was, just working on the team on site, kind of making sure that everything was working and that any bugs were getting cleared up. And it went pretty seamlessly on my side. So, very happy about that. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat today. We've got Godie. Sorry, not Godie. We've got at Override. Bomber Yes is here. Robin Rombus Head is here. In the Name Space is here. Welcome, welcome. Also, big welcome to everybody who's watching on YouTube. Okay. Final big thanks to Izzy Von Hoot for the most recent follow and Fant of Us for the most recent subscription. Okay, so we've got a team meeting with our animators in a little bit. Happy to join in. Okay. Just looking to check in on progress for the week and top up any work that's running low. So, I might actually see if I can get my clock to work correctly. It's like, 3 minutes? There we go. Cool. So, I think I'm pretty happy with all the archaeology stuff that's been going on. One other thing I've been doing is working pretty tirelessly on Insignia. Honestly, I had no idea this would take this long, and it's really bothered me that it's come to this. But the world map system is now almost fully complete. This is something that I started way back in like August as a response to some player feedback that has sort of spun into a very focal aspect of the game when it comes to exploration and giving the player kind of a heads up onto how they can, interact with the world of the game in an undirected way, or at least like in a way that is fully in their control. Once you've got backtracking and non-linear gameplay, you need to be able to give the player a sense of how to do that. So having the game send the player to the map, showing them, giving them some sort of like relationship with the map is something that I have become very comfortable doing and have built the systems in order to support, but that I just didn't know how long this would take. And it's sort of like taken a long time at this point, like way longer than I thought. So many different things have intersected with this challenge. And it's not just about maps. It's also about visibility in the game. So it's about, I have some scripted content somewhere in the game. How do I preview it like that? How do I just see it? And some of that content is modular. So some of that content is broken up into little pieces that connect together. And some of it is like from the top down, a long sequence of gameplay. And this map thing has been a Like, it's not just the map, it's the map as it relates to teleporting in and out of these crucibles, which then create the fast travel locations. So it's actually the intersection of learning abilities, fast travel, using the map, and how the story weaves through all of that, which is actually not an easy thing to do for a game. So what that's kind of like resulted in is now you could pretty much just jump in anywhere in the game. So like, you know, if I want to sort of test what's going to happen if we wanted to, say, fire up the cutscene that plays here, I could just press play on this little thing over here and be like, boom. And he's just doing it. Otherwise, if I wanted, I could sort of just like load us into a return from the teleport. So I can press this and like, oh, here we go. We're teleporting into the scene. So stuff like that is really, really important. Being able to like actually, you know, preview the game quickly. I also implemented a little system where if I hold spacebar, it makes the game play at 4x speed through cutscenes. Some cutscenes I can't skip, but I can fast forward. So like this one here, if I hold space, it'll just go faster. You know, I still want to be able to check everything's working, but I want it to happen faster, you know? Like there's a lot here. There's a lot that needs to happen. It's a cutscene into opening the map, into a scene change, into another cutscene, into an ability unlock. There's a lot of stuff, right? Without the player being able to really do anything. So being able to orchestrate that, the timings of all those pieces, and they are independent pieces, that's super critical. And the system that I've built now handles that. It manages that. So you can preview whenever you like. You can actually also see these in the scene. So these are the actual cutscenes that are populating here. And I can click on them if I want to just see the object that holds that cutscene. And although I can play it from here, I can also just play it from here too. So I can just, boom. And I can diagnose, if I'm trying to play the scene organically, why it's not actually playing. So right now it's like, okay, I can't play this sequence because the player's not in the expected position. So if I walk into the range, now I can play the sequence. Pretty good, huh? So it's getting to like the point where I need to be able to crunch out, churn out content that's editable, that's fast, that's easily previewed, and change, like, you know, that we can change and rearrange so that the game can be like interacted with by the other team members, right? We've got animators and sound effect artists and composer who need to be able to come in here and check this stuff. And then we as a team want to be able to edit it. Like, oh, wouldn't it be great if this happened? Without that, like totally throwing out the whole game's content. So it's like, honestly, it's like directing a TV show is what it feels like. Not that I've done that before. Okay, so I think, okay, I'm good to go if you two are. We've got a meeting now. And I've been doing a lot, actually. I mean, you guys were seeing this last stream. So like coming into this cutscene, although I have to lock it first. I've made a lot of changes to how a lot of this stuff works very recently. So it might even be something where I have to, oh no, I haven't unlocked it yet. Pre-charge. This is scale unlocked? Scale unlocked. So like, you know, even this, like the flame being colored as the same as the ability that you're about to get in the next scene. This isn't quite ready yet. It's green, but it should be red. You know, this little intro cutscene here of Armin almost falling off. it's like, I'm going to teach you an ability that's going to jump over that gap in a second. So wouldn't it be cool if the story relates to what's happening in the level? You know, isn't that the whole point of all of this stuff, is to have the story support the gameplay? So now we can do that. You know, I have an idea. Wouldn't it be cool if Armin almost fell off the edge as he teleported in? Okay, now he can. Cool. All right. So a lot happening, and I'm super proud of where it's going. I'm going to jump in. Let's do our team meeting. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. And you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah.
That's good.
We're on the stream, aren't we? Let me get that up.
You are on the stream. The stream is live.
Hi, everyone.
So, this is our animators meeting. We've got Luca here, and we will have Morgan here in a second, and she's around. And it's just a catch-up meeting. Hey, Morgan, how's it going? No audio yet.
Better?
Yep, I hear you now.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I had a different aux plugged in somewhere else on my PC and it just decided to prefer that one.
That's all good. What's new?
It's hot.
It's raining here today, so it's not as hot here.
Yeah, it's pretty
lucky
cool.
bugger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cold. Maybe jumper
Yeah.
weather.
It's 10 a.m. here, and I reckon it's already probably 30 outside.
Wow. Who's got the squeaky chair?
Oh, that's me.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I'll keep you down a little bit then. All right. Cool. So, today let's talk about just how everyone's going with the week, and if anyone's got anything that's stumping them or that they need feedback on, this is the time to do that. Yeah, I do have some stuff for Morgan down the pipeline that I can show on the screen in a bit for like what I need from you. It's like the ideal scenario for how this should be going. In that I've prototyped something and I'm going to show it to you and then you can finish it.
Cool. Not
so
reverse engineer it.
exactly. Rather than me saying we're going to need an animation of a character who does something, and then later we try to put it in the game. Cool. All right. So maybe we'll start with Luca and just you can just tell us what's going on and how you're traveling.
Hey, yeah. So, yeah, the plunge enemy, is going well. So I've those previews I linked the other day. I think they're going well. I took upon some of that feedback with the shimmer, making that faster and bigger, and other little things like adjusting the color of like the blush when it's in the aggro state.
Yeah, I had that. I had a moment where I was like seeing if I could give some feedback on that, and I was trying to make it like far more red, and maybe like, you know, the way that in anime they do cheeks, they have like circles that are red on the specific cheeks, like blush. Like trying out something like that, and I wasn't super happy with any of the results that I got, so that's why I didn't send anything to you. But yeah,
well, at the moment it's just a layer, so the color can easily be changed and that kind of stuff.
Cool.
What else was there? Hang on. Oh yeah, just with the patrol and the chase animation. So that's been working on that. Oh, and some general like tidying up in the game engine, like renaming things to Slam Shell and stuff like that.
That's
yeah,
great. Do you feel like you have? Are you at a place where you can deliver any of that stuff since the update, or do you need, like, how are you going time wise?
I still need to put a bit more time into it before I push it. And I wanted to just discuss like the The aggro. Did you want me to work on that as well, or did you?
So the surprise animation, basically, right?
Yeah, that one. Sorry.
That's all right. I'd be happy for you to take a quick swing at it, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll
Don't
keep.
do too much detail, but if you wanted to just concept something up, I'd be happy for you to take a shot.
All right. Sounds good.
Cool. Okay. And so, would you what? I guess I can queue up something for you for Monday. Do you want to move on to something separate, or how are you feeling?
Yeah, something additional would be good as well, just for the rest of today and over the weekend as well.
Okay. So I'll see if I can get you something either over the weekend, or did we have any outstanding animation tasks that I had delegated to you, or was it all just for the slam shell? I think you were doing pretty well on the
Like,
character stuff.
yeah, I've got some of those idols happening. Yeah, Ned was the one that had priority.
Yeah.
So that one I think is done. But let me have a quick look at the. I think it was just Ned. That's just off the top of my head. But
Yep.
but happy to do anything else as well
Yep.
that we
I
got
can
there.
find something to delegate for you. It's all good.
Yeah, if we could have a bit more, like a brief on something, some direction.
Yeah, I'd love to actually pick up a new enemy as well,
Oh yeah,
just to
yeah.
have another one going. I feel like we should get through as many as if this chapter we can get through see how many we can get through. I think that would be great, just to see so that we have a breadth of content that we are playing with, and then we start modeling some of the scenes around the interaction between the different enemies, for example. I think that would be awesome if we got to that point.
That's right. And also the ensigns as well. Like once we
Yep.
decide which ones we should put in and
Yeah.
design the enemies around that too. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm.
I'm pretty. Yeah, I think that flow is not too difficult for us to uh, establish. I feel like we already have. We've done a lot of the preliminary work for that stuff, and I certainly feel super
Yeah.
happy prototyping new abilities for Armin. The enemies are coming along pretty well. There's with the enemy stuff. I know, just as a general comment, I think first chapter they were all very standalone, and we've done a lot of thinking where I've sort of tried to push the conversation into a space where it's more, um, let's make 10 different use cases that we can have with this enemy or this ability. And let's have, personally, I've got ambitions for oh, let's have different enemies team up against the player, and you have to solve a puzzle about whose ability you have to steal first. And all that stuff is the ambition is very high, but I feel like the standard for a fun game doesn't need to hit that stuff. That stuff would be if we were somehow in a position, if everything was going well and we were able to hit some of those more complex interactions or behaviors or puzzles, that would push the game into very, very special territory rather than, just it only needs to be fun because the story's kind of, I don't think people are expecting all of the cool layered behaviors. So if
Yeah.
even if everything was as simple as what the slam shell is, where we've got some enemies that are just cool and unique that do a thing, and some enemies that are just running around attacking you, and we have just levels that are interesting with that stuff in it rather than it all being perfectly machined and cohering. I don't think anyone's gonna say, oh, why didn't they make all these complex layers? What I mean to say is I think we're hitting a pretty good standard right now already.
Yeah, but I know what you mean. It would be nice if the enemies were kind of aware of each other and their behavior changed slightly. If
Or
even if there was two slam shells and they knew, oh, there's two of us, let's do something different.
yeah, or even
Um,
just if the design of one of the enemies made it so that just if you put that enemy and another enemy in the same space, there was an obvious relationship, even if their actual logic behavior isn't specifically changing, just like the natural order of how they work. It's like, oh, this enemy is up in the air and I can't reach it, and this enemy's on the ground and it gives me a ranged attack. Something like that, where it's just the logic of it inherently coheres. That would be, amazing if we got to that point. But I think right now we'll find those interesting things just by virtue of prototyping as many as possible and putting them in the space and seeing what we can make out of it. Okie dokie.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, for right now, I'll let you keep going on the slam shell, and I'll find some work to delegate for you over the weekend in terms of like character animations. And Morgan, how are you doing?
Not too bad. Haven't had a whole lot of time this week.
Yep. That's okay.
Just with calls.
Yep.
We've worked out that I have to do a shift there every 2 months or so, just to keep me from falling off the books.
Okay.
But yeah. So I've just been chugging along on that surprise animation for the Gatekeeper.
Yep. That's been coming along really well.
Thank you.
Cool. Do you have are you in a position where you feel like between now and Monday you want more stuff on the plate?
I have tons of stuff to do still, I think.
Okay.
Because I've still got that feedback for Gatekeeper and Tiberius, like the breathing animations that you said.
Yep.
Yeah. Plenty of stuff.
Okay. Well, maybe what I'll do is just sort of, because I've got it here, I'll show you sort of what I'm thinking for the next round of stuff once that's done. So there's like a moment here in chapter 1 where we've learned one ability, and Armin is kind of, I'll sort of just give you a really brief overview. So you've run through the world, and then now it's kind of like you've reached this place here, and you've been sent back to this place where this old man was, where he kind of like picked up the sword from. And now that you've returned, you've found that you can, Armin has like a hint from earlier that where if he, hammers down on the anvil, he gets teleported to like another place. So the first time we do that, he gets kind of like spat out and slams into like actually, you know what? I'll show you that right now first. So this is like, we've just come from this place. We've been like teleported away. And now we've sort of like, the scene has started fading completely black. And then we're just going to run teleport in sequence. This one here. I can press play and that will run. Yeah. So this is, the scene's just loaded. And this is kind of like us being spawned into the level. Armin's going to like roll backwards like a little ball and slam his head back here. So that's our little hurt animation here. And that's like the first time this happens. Now the second time, this is going to happen once we return back to the workshop. And that looks like this. So the same thing happens again. He comes down, he says, not again. And this time he gets like thrown and he almost falls off the ledge. So that animation there of him with his like his arms out and like skidding to a halt, that would be the animation that I'll get you to work on next. So the roll and the skid would be the next two. Yeah.
Do you want him sort of flailing?
The way that I have it here, I think it's okay. It's certainly, I think this is one of those things where like, if we knew we were going to use this animation another time in the game, like at least even one more time, I would say we would let's put a bit more effort into it. For now, I feel like I got away with 3 frames here in a way that kind of works. Just the single pose with a little bit of a variation.
Yeah, so just skinning that basically.
Yeah, we could do the like anime, you show the smear with like the multiple arms and the lines between them.
Yeah.
The whole time, like. We could try that. I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be too much effort to make an alternate version because it'd be the same body and everything.
Yeah, just the arms. I'll be okay with
Yeah.
it. Cool.
I'll give it a look.
Well, maybe I'll I can at least send. Well, if you should be able to pull right from the repo, and then you'll be able to find the animation that way. So
Yeah.
this is I think it's called arm and balance, and then the tag is called slip. So if I just click this now, you'll find it in the project directory. But yeah, that's what it is there. So it's just that. It's basically nothing.
Yep.
Cool.
Nice.
Okay. Well, I'll throw that on the in the production doc. Arm and slip. There you go. Looks like I've already.
Thank
Yeah,
you
great.
very much.
I already did it. Cool. So efficient. All right, cool. So if you two are both happy to keep churning away, I'll catch you on Monday.
Cool. Did you want to do the Unity stuff today?
Yeah, it would have been good. Today would have been perfect, but I think time-wise and just it's probably not something we want to do on stream. So
Yeah, that's fair.
maybe the next convenient point would be like either like an hour ago on Monday or like Wednesday anytime.
Yeah, either or.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll stay in touch and we'll figure it out.
Yep.
Cool.
No worries.
Okay. Well, that's it for me.
Yeah.
Thanks, you two.
Alrighty.
Thanks,
Have a good
Adam.
weekend,
Thanks,
guys.
Venice.
See ya. Cool. Let's put the music back on. So I have another set of meetings coming up with the sound team. So because I was installing the museum exhibit yesterday and the day before, these meetings have been pushed forward. So at 2:30 I've got sound effects, and at 4 we've got music review. 2:30 is an hour from now, so we're here right now. So an hour from now we'll be here, and then an hour after that we've got this. So we've got meetings all day today. In the meantime, I want to show you just a bit more of what I'm working on with the fast travel stuff. So let's get back to that. Okie dokie. Pixels Murphy has written something for us. A message. Adam, would it be alright if I redeemed the review my art? But instead of art, could I get your professional opinion on Odin's Inspector's new visual designer tool? Not asking you to change your own setup or workflow. Just curious about your take as someone who's done real UI UX building custom Unity tools. The tool allows injecting your own scripts, so I'd love to hear how it stacks up from your perspective. Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Hey, Virtue. 20 streams. That's great. Good streak. Do you want to link the video? Cool.
Odin's Visual Designer is a completely new...
All right, let me take this and turn this down and bring this in and play it.
easier and faster way of using Odin Inspector, and it's just been released as part of the biggest update to date, Odin 4.0. With the Visual Designer, you can visually customize the Unity editor and create custom tools in real time with no coding required. Instead of filling your code base with hundreds and hundreds of attributes or writing thousands of lines of custom editor code, you can now drag and drop, and behind the scenes, we store the data in a neatly compact, human-readable, and version control-friendly format. Now with the Visual Designer, Odin doesn't only make customizing Unity a lot faster and easier for programmers, it also empowers designers to create, tweak, and refine better workflows for themselves without ever having to touch a line of code or interacting with the programmer.
Oh, this is an editor script editor. Is that what we're looking at? So you're basically creating layout groups and then the properties that will be used to render an inspector for this scriptable object.
With Odin 4.0 installed, you can open the Visual Designer from any mono behavior or scriptable object. Simply select Odin, then customize in Odin Visual Designer from the context menu. Or you can customize an individual field. Simply right-click on the field in the inspector and select Edit Attributes in Visual Designer. Both options allow real-time editing of the inspector with no coding required. When editing a field, adding customization is as easy as clicking Add Attribute, then selecting one of the 100+ built-in Odin attributes, and then making changes to the default settings to match your needs. Add buttons with various functionality, titles, validation, conditionals, all from inside the Visual Designer when add buttons, and then making changes to the default settings to match your needs.
What does the button
Add buttons
do?
with various functionality, titles,
How do you
validation,
hook into that button?
conditionals, all from inside the Visual
Like, so
Designer
that's a
window.
sort of Odin
When
event?
making changes with the Visual Designer, there is no longer a need to wait for files to recompile. Changes happen immediately, making customization faster, easier, and more intuitive,
Pretty cool.
allowing you to customize Unity and create tools in minutes instead of hours or days. But it doesn't stop there. The Visual Designer still has many more features to make the design process even easier. Do you need to quickly hide a field? From the Visual Designer window, you can now toggle field visibility with just the click of a button. Want to reorganize the order of fields in a class? Drag and drop the fields in the Visual Designer window into the desired order. No project compiling needed.
Mm-hmm.
Create any type of organizational group with just a couple clicks.
Yep.
Fields can be added and removed from groups by dragging and dropping.
Mm-hmm.
This even works with nested or compound groups.
Mm-hmm.
For example, 2 vertical groups inside of a horizontal group to create columns,
Yep.
making it extremely easy to reach your desired layout in seconds.
Mm-hmm.
If you happen to forget what an attribute does, or you see a new attribute, you can open the documentation for that attribute directly from the Visual Designer by pressing the info icon next to each attribute. So you're never in doubt of where, when, or how an attribute can be used. Your favorite and most commonly used attributes can also be pinned to the top for quicker and easier access. And with custom attribute drawers, you can even use your own attributes directly inside the Visual
Said
Designer window.
drawers.
If you prefer to add attributes in
Drawers.
code, that of course still works, and so does a hybrid workflow. Any attributes added in code will be shown and can be modified in the Visual Designer window. In fact, anything which is drawn by Odin anywhere can be modified in the Visual Designer, not just inspectors, but also Odin editor windows and anywhere else you've applied Odin.
Literally, lazy
No matter
guru.
the workflow you choose or need, Odin 4.0 and the all-new Visual Designer bring a suite of new tools to customize your inspectors, editors, and custom tools faster, easier, and much more intuitively. If you're not already an Odin user, we offer a 3-month free trial. If you want to learn more, check out the links in the description below.
Yeah. So, all right, here's my take. I would say if you are not comfortable with editor scripting in Unity and you aren't using hot reload, this is amazing. That's great. This would get you from scratch to where I'm at right now without Odin Inspector. It would get you from where you are to me in like a couple weeks. Like you'd probably be able to do most of what I can do. The thing is, there are things that I do in Insignia where I specifically want something rendered a specific way. And if Odin hasn't thought about how they want to render that. So basically, this is the thing. It's the same with anything. If you have customization and full access, then you have full control. The second that you take someone else's templated thing, you're now restricted to their styles, their way of doing things. Now, what that will do is get you something that's solid. This is
Easy
super
as clicking
solid.
Add attribute.
Like looking at this stuff, like this default horizontal group, default vertical group, this is cool. This is great. I know how to do this in Unity editor scripting in a way that doesn't bother me at all. So for me, it's not scary. For me, it's not like, oh, wow, I can do columns now. It's like, yeah, you can do columns. And the code looks like this. It's like, using horizontal layout group, blah, using vertical layout group, blah, and then you just put the 2 things in the 2 scopes. It's not that difficult to do this stuff. Certainly, like toggling stuff. What this is really doing is just saying like hide in inspector on the actual editor. Hide in inspector on off. Or it's doing like the rearranging is just changing the order that they appear in the. I'm assuming Odin has its own little internal script, like a separate for every thing that you've created an Odin designer for. There is a separate editor script that is the Odin editor script for that scriptable object that you're trying to edit. And so the order of the fields in that are very straightforward. Rearranging that means they rearrange there. But then if you were writing your own editor script, you could do the same thing, right? So it's certainly, I guess what I'm saying is definitely not doing anything that I couldn't already do. And certainly not creating editors that I'm not already able to create. For me, I mean, maybe it would save me a little bit of time if I was very proficient in it. Well, it doesn't require that much time. Depends on how comfortable you are. I suppose, like, yes, this is time saved, 100%. But it's also a subscription model, right? Like, writing, if you're using Copilot and you're using Hot Reload, and you're like in here, if I just want to say like hide in inspector, like that's done. That's the same as pressing the eyeball on that icon. I just did the exact same thing. It won't have to recompile. It'll just hide it straight away. So typing like 3 characters and pressing enter versus like pressing an eyeball, it's not that different. And then the other question would be like, how often are you creating custom editors for your scriptable objects? Like, is this something that you're doing, like you're making new editors every single day? Or is this something where like you do it, you have a handful for your game and you just modify them and tailor them to your liking as you make the game? For me, it's the latter. For me, it's like I have like 6 different solutions that have very specific custom editors for that I want full control over. I don't need to spin up 50 editors a day. This is not a task that I'm doing every day all the time, making a new editor for a new scriptable object. Maybe in a very data-driven game, like if you're making a game like Escape from Tarkov or something, like, and you have like all these different kinds of gear that fit very specifically in different parts of the game, and you need different editors to, I don't know, to inspect them or something. I guess I'm just not really sold right now. Although it's very convenient to make something that's like, that looks good. I mean, this is fine, but I want to see like, okay, what is this? I mean, like making a button that does a thing it's like 3 lines of code. Because the thing is, this reset stats or reset colors, these buttons need code in them somewhere. Something needs to be checking the on-click event for that button. The function that does that, you can make the button do whatever you want it to do. If you literally say, if GUI layout dot button, and then whatever, that's it. I just did it. I just created the button. It'll be in the game now. I don't have to recompile. That's me writing that word. Just did the exact same thing as making this thing, and I also made the functionality, correct. When you click it, it'll do whatever that did. So like, if you're not comfortable, if you don't know the libraries, then yeah, this is great. But there's probably still a fair bit of learning that you have to do to even know how to make this button do something on your side, right? Having the button there visually is one thing, but having the code actually do something when you click the button is another thing that you still need to hook up. So yeah, I mean, great. If you're already an Odin user, this is fantastic. This is going to save you tons of time. And if you don't do editor scripting, sure, I think this would be also very handy. Very cool. The lookup stuff's really cool. It's pretty like, I mean, certainly as a UX designer, I would say hard to think about a way that you could do this better. If I was doing it, I certainly don't think I could do it better than this. Like making an editor. Yeah, it's great. I still don't understand what's going on with Unity's Unity 6 windows are really awkward. See this? They have 2 Chromes. There's like the browser Chrome for like the window in like Windows. And then there's like the tab with the same name directly below it in Unity. I hate this. Why did they not just stick with what they were doing? It just adds height to everything. This isn't an Odin issue. This is a Unity issue. I really don't understand why they made it so that everything was tabbable, but also needed an extra window. I know it was to like, keep up with Windows standards, but like, it's not a good standard. I don't think they did a good job of it. Anyway, cool. Well, I hope that was enough of a review for you. I really like this little hover. That's really cool. The color hover on this thing to show you the selection, and as you hover over it, it does like the Windows glass thing. Really cool. Yeah. Cool. So let's get to some work. It's certainly like valuable. Like this thing, the thing is, once you start building your own components, it gets easier. Like I built this, it's not beautiful, but like making it beautiful is not hard. I'm sort of on the way to making my own like column-based layouts. I don't really do that. So like I've got, say, these. See here, like I see this, it's like 2 columns, just like what they did. I did this like yesterday in like 2 seconds to make these render and then these render in a separate columns like that. It's just, let me find it. Sequence player editor. No, it's event sequence editor. Yeah, that's it. That's how you do 2 columns. It's not really complicated. It's just 2 lines of code with some closing scopes, and there you get 2. Like, it's cool that you could just drag it, but it's not that much more complicated to just write it. Again, if you're doing it all the time, or if you have no idea how to do it, that will save you a ton of time. The dividers, that's fine. That's easy to do. This is custom. It was complicated for me to make this the first time, but now that I know how to make it, it's not that complicated. It's just a learning curve. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to work on my game. We've got 45 minutes or so. So what I'm looking for is, I've been doing this fast travel logic, and I've been a bit stuck on it recently because I haven't had the amount of energy to really dedicate the proper amount of time to it. So it's not a big deal. It's just something that I haven't really gotten my head around until this morning, which is because I have this very nested structure now of how cutscenes work. It's always a critical thing for me to say, like, I'll be working on the game, doing some cutscenes, and it's like, okay, is this 2 things, or is this 1 thing that contains 2 things? Or can these 2 things actually just be 1 thing that are just baked together? So it's really just 1 thing. It's not 2 things under 1 thing. It's just 1 thing. Or is it like, actually, it's like these 2 things and then this 1 separate thing? This like modularity thing of like where the responsibility of the storytelling goes is, I'm just running up against that a little bit while I establish those workflows. So at the moment, I have like, you have just done this level. Let's talk about it. You've just done this level. You've teleported back here. Now you're here for the first time and you are learning the fast travel system. So let's ignore this for a second and then go into this here. So I press this. Okay. I'm using Unity. So you've just teleported in. System says Crucible lit because we've just lit the Crucible. We have a visual here of the thing going whoosh. And now it's flaming and it's active and it's beautiful. And then it says, you may now travel between this and other active sites. Okay. We go here, maybe. We show the player unlocking the end sign they just got. Maybe. And then I guess the next thing I would want to do is explain to the player that where the next one is for them to go to next. I feel like that's the thing that I want to do. So it's like, that's, I guess, 2 cutscenes to play back to back. Because I wouldn't want to explain to the player every time, that there's like information here that I need to try to like silo out into very specific chunks. So it's like, okay, there's teleporting in, that's one thing. There's showing that you've just unlocked this end sign, that's another thing. And then there's telling the player that you've just that you've unlocked fast travel. That's probably the same thing. Whenever you unlock Crucible, you've unlocked fast travel for that Crucible. So that's fine. And then the next thing is the optional thing of like, the first time you do any of this, we need to explain to you what it is that you've just done. What does this mean? What is fast travel? How does it work? So there's like a tutorial that happens after the first time you've landed in the scene through teleportation. There's also something here which I'm sort of a bit anxious about, which is that I've got this thing here, and that looks really cool. And originally this thing goes here. That's where that was. So my question now is, do I put this back here? Maybe like it rises up or something. I don't know. There's just this context of like, I could have it appear in both spaces. And when you light it up here, when you return, it's already lit. Maybe that would be a good idea. It's like, is this scene some sort of like astral projection, alternate dimension, and you're interacting with this thing, setting it alight, such that when you return, it's lit, and the only way to light them, the beacons, is to go into this separate plane of existence and light them. That kind of feels right, actually. It just means that then, like, when I go over here, do I need another one of those? You know what I mean? It's a logic thing as much as it is a storytelling thing. Like, should this have a big crucible on the wall behind you, like this thing? Very, very careful. I have to be so careful. The same thing over here. Like, I've got another one that's technically here. That's an abandoned anvil in like a, in a forge in a forest. So like, should that look like this big thing as well? Do I need to do that? Or is it enough to, is this like Stargate where you need to have like a big gate for anytime you need to teleport? Or is it just something where we can, keep it small and almost missable? Like in Armin's house, in the dad's workshop, it's like, maybe you could see this anvil and never know that it was that's almost like more like a Harry Potter portkey situation. That distinction affects the storytelling that I do and the visual significance of some of these things. So, this scene is like unassuming if there's no giant structure here, but it's more grand and significant if there is one. It's being able to tweak these things and have the logic not be tied to the scene is super, super critical, because I won't be able to land on the answer unless I can try it out without breaking everything. But it does break things a lot. It's still really hard to do. I'm just now learning to decouple it properly. All right. So, right now, the idea is that inside of the teleporter, we have this fast travel Insignia explained sequence. This is going to go on 0, 0. and I want to remove these characters from the game. They don't need to exist at all. This is a sequence player with a Insignia explain sequence on it. It's going to play whenever it's told. And inside of this timeline, we don't need this. And we don't need this. Yet. So I think what I'll do is effectively just force this cutscene. This is a very minor cutscene that plays ever so exactly once. You know, it's not an important thing, and it can be invoked by way of script. It's not a big deal. So it's going to say something like, "We don't need any of this." No, that's not right. It's this one. Is that right? Did I get that right? It is. Yes, it is that. There we go. So I don't think we need fast travel unlocked anymore. I feel like we could just get rid of that. But I do like our power is scattered throughout the world. Reclaim the ensigns to reforge the insignia. Okay. Hey, Software Artificer, how's it going? So, that's looking pretty good. We don't even need, we just need the dialogue, really. Oops. We just need the lines. We don't even need anything. In fact, because we just need the lines, we don't even really need... Well, I'll keep the timeline here just in case, but we technically don't need the timeline at all. We could just run the cutscene as a sequence without a timeline. Cool. All right. So that's that. And then it's the teleporter's job to know when these play. So let's add another thing here, and we'll call it there's teleporter unlocked sequence, and then there's unlock fast travel schedule. These are, it's interesting here. When do we do teleporter unlocked sequence? Okay, so this sequence is there, and then that sequence is there. I don't know what this is. Let's have a look. I think I'm getting a little bit confused. There's a lot of the same keywords being used, and I'm getting lost in the source a bit. Because there's teleport away, teleport return. That's fine. Then there's fast travel unlocked, and then menu schedule. So this is just for the beacon, for the current Crucible. Yeah. So it is fast travel unlocked. I think I want to call it something slightly different, just because my brain I can't parse it very well. Fast travel, Crucible, teleporter unlocked. That's better. Now my brain understands it. Yeah, that's better. So that's all good. Now, when we go back to the teleporter, we have teleporter unlocked sequence and then unlock fast travel. I don't know what the difference between these two things is. Oh, that's the schedule. So that's the map. And then we need one more, I guess. Public, sequence, instance, Insignia, explained, sequence. Okay. So this is if we've just teleported in. We need to know after this. So this is going to be if it's the first time learning, if we've just returned from the first Crucible, explain Insignia. Okay. So teleported in and in origin room. That's correct. That's going to be here. And actually it's going to be here as well. And we're going to check to see if what's the thing we need to check? We could say if the fast travel menu's first item is the one we just unlocked, or maybe it's we hard code the ability as the first ability, like the scale ability is the first one, or we could say this specific room is where we learn the tutorial. For now, let's just do as the ability. So we say just like that. Thank you. And I've got this lovely global schedule.enqueue. So this actually is 4 different modules that will be explained to us every single time we do this. Now, this one here, teleporter unlocked sequence, probably is going to have to happen if we've teleported in and we're in origin room. Then we don't need this, do we? Because we're already checking that. Which means that's just going to happen. No matter what. So we always show teleporter unlocked. So this is actually the teleporter itself unlocking. This is like visually lighting up the crucible. This is like opening the map. And showing the point. Correct. And then literally explaining Insignia. Perfect. Great logic. And trackable. I can see it. I can see how it's working. It's not daisy chained in the definitions of these things. I can just look at it and say, okay, this happens. If this happens, this happens. If this happens, this happens. Okay, beautiful. Let's recompile. I'm learning how to get better at this. I'm learning to actually be able to construct story between the editor and the assets in a way that is parsable. So let's try it. We've loaded in. Crucible lit. Yes. No menu. But that should be both. So let's go to the global schedule. Okay, we're still trying to do something. I'd love for these to be a bit more explicit. The names of these things. Q state. It's not really enough, is it? So when we do this, this get name is just a thing. So I think when we say Q state, I actually don't know what is happening here. Let's try that again. Where's my boy Armin? There. Let's put him over here so we don't have to trigger the start cutscene every time. And let's go to the teleporter and press play. Beginning sequence, crucible return sequence, teleported in, unlocking fast travel. Beginning sequence, teleporter unlocked. And then nothing. Okay. Let's go back to the teleporter. We didn't get this part. We didn't get our power is scattered throughout the world. Oh, hang on. Hang on. This is not correct. These are two different... Uh-oh. This is a different thing. Oh no. Wait, teleporter unlocked sequence. Okay, that's correct. And then this is the longer one. Bro. I need to delete this thing. that's why. Boom. Okay. Oh, geez. What the heck? Okay, that's correct. And that's correct. Now we can press play, see if that works. So because I copied and pasted the playables, they got confused about which one was talking about which. So let's try again. Nothing to do with the code. Okay, sweet. And then we show where we are. Ta-da! I'm going to make that much more pretty. Now I'm expecting to see the first time. So I didn't set what first ability was. So let's go back to teleporter. And then first ability is scale ability. One more time. I can press fast forward to go through it. Okay. Okay, it's good. It's not quite right. It got a bit confused there with the text. I can fix that. Oh, that's slash. I did the wrong slash. That should be just style equals object. And then in the timeline, are we seeing that correctly? You may now travel. Ooh, that's all bad. What is this? Teleporter unlocked, insignia explained. No. Okay. Let's put this here. Let's take this. Let's delete this. Let's delete this. Let's delete all this. This is insignia explained. Insignia explained. Insignia explained. Bindings, nothing. Good. Okay. So we're going to go to insignia explained, validate timeline data, go over here, load that up. That's the wrong one though. That's got to be unlocked sequence. That's what we want. Yeah. These guys have got their lines crossed. They're confused about who's talking about what. Because I copied and pasted them. Well, let's hope I don't have to do that too much. Also, I wasn't in the prefab. Oh, that sucks. Hang on. There's a difference here between me pressing all these buttons here and me pressing them elsewhere. Was I doing it in the prefab? Bro, these are different things. What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that needs to be that. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. Let's go back. This revert. That's fine. This revert. I'm not in animation mode, dude. What is animation mode? And how do I get out of it? Okay. And then this revert. Play that. See what happens. Okay. Nothing happened. I mean, there is a lot of clicking around. For me, there is, for sure. There's a lot of fiddling with the editor. Definitely. Okay. So... let's see it. Ah, I'm in the wrong spot. I'm clicking the wrong button. I'm clicking, but I'm clicking the wrong one. Okay, here we go. Good. 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 Great. Nice. Oh, where's the last line? Brother. Oh my gosh. Please. Please. How am I getting this wrong? Okay. Good. 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 No. It's hanging on the last one. Where's the sequence player? The playable's empty. It's not doing anything. Why? Why are you not just doing what I tell you to do? Oh, because it's literally not. Okay, my bad. Okay, now we're good. Yeah, you get used to the clicking around. This is because I'm using Unity, really. It's the UI aspect of it. You know, you don't need interfaces for everything. You could just use scripts, but eventually you start getting into issues where you need to separate assets from logic. Cool. That was it. Okay. We now have the correct logical separation in the assets so that we know we can create, you know, in this case, there's the player character returning, loading in. There's the player unlocking, the most recent Crucible they just unlocked visually. There's the menu opening up, showing them that that's happened. And then there's the game recognizing that it's the first time that the player has done this, and so they need to be taught about how this stuff works. That's done now. That's all in. And it's being scheduled by this little sequence of things. One, two, three, four. Maybe we could do something smart here by making these into functions. I mean, that's kind of what I'm already... It's not that hard to read, but it's not that visually neat either. better. And then it'd be nice to have this be neater. I don't think I'm going to get neater than that though. I think that's pretty clear. We could do this. We could do an early return. What? Oh, because of this? Becoming more readable. I don't know about first time being relevant anymore. I don't think I use it. I'm also not sure that I want to do this. I think it's this. If it's the first time, I might want to keep this open. So, sorry, this close after should be if this is not that. So maybe I'll write that somewhere else in a Boolean. Maybe at the very top. Close if it's not the first time. And then this just goes away. Maybe I could do this. Maybe like... Okay. Hey, Botch Hobbs. That's great. Welcome, welcome. So, if we go back to parameters here, first time goes away. I don't think we ever used it anyway. Yeah, perfect. And then this close after. Right now, we are unlocking the menu if we do that. I don't think we need to do that. I think we're going to show another cutscene after that. You know what? This is where it gets a bit tricky. I always want to close it afterwards. I always want to close it after. In this context. If I've just unlocked fast travel, then yes, we always want to do this. I'm going to take this Boolean away. Or maybe... Oh, man. I can force it to close after if we didn't close it after. I'm just seeing if I should nest it inside of this or not, the other state, so that it always closes because we nested the other state inside of this. I'm not against it. Otherwise, we can handle the opening and closing outside of this thing. Currently, it always opens at the start, but we don't need to do that. We could write that outside. I think maybe we should have a thing that says, do these need to be parameters? Okay. Public schedule.state. Insert state. If parameters.insert state is not null, states.add insert state. There we go. Hey Ed Conky, how's it going? 20 stream streak, let's go. So now, secretly what I can do, I don't know if I like this, but what I can do is come back to this, and then this Insignia explain sequence. So I'm going to put this here, boom. I'm going to split this back out again, boom, boom. And I'm going to say insert state equals boom. Whoa. Now we don't even need that. So now the map will close after we finish the sequence. But inside of the sequence, nested inside of it, is the tutorial that explains the first time we've ever done this. So like, Armin teleports in, Crucible lit, we'll have a nice animation. You can now travel between this and other sites. We open the menu. This will close, but not before playing the tutorial for the fact that we've just unlocked this stuff for the first time. Except it didn't like that. I don't know why. It's empty. There's nothing in it. Okay, well that's not good. Close after is always true. If this is this, then get that. We don't need this anymore. We could say first time, but we don't need to do that either. We always want to close after. Let's try it. Do I have all of the stuff where we need it to be in the teleporter? Everything's there. Okay. Okay. Great. Dialogue. Yeah, it's starting it. It thinks it's doing it. Maybe the timescale needs to be... it could be that the timescale being 0 is stopping this from going, which it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Shouldn't matter. I think if I go to this and I make this update on unscaled, it might just work anyway. There you go. Cool. So awkwardly here, I think I would want it to close and then Armin should say the insignia, which at that point, it may not be worth inserting this inside. I think I just wanted, in this insignia explain sequence, I think I was hoping for a bit more visual navigation around the map when we do it. I mean, for sound effects generation, I use FL Studio. I don't know what Elias uses. We could ask him. We're meeting with him in a bit. Okay. So, annoying. I think maybe the unlock fast travel schedule, we should have just close after. And we set it to whether or not this is the first time. And we say, if it's not the first time, close it after. And then over here, we say, you know, if it is the first time, we're gonna say NQ that one and get rid of that. Thank you. And then we go back to parameters. We don't need this insert state anymore. And we don't need this. And that's it. Okay. So the only thing is, in that fast travel insignia explain sequence, I would want some menu automation, which is super awkward. I think we're at a point now where, frustratingly, you know, it would be awesome if I could write lines of dialogue in the scripts, but I absolutely don't want to do that. Absolutely not. So it's more like, what do I want to show? You know? Right now, if I play this, it won't even know. I guess we could like add in an additional little secret one that's like, not here. Just NQ a special little thing that closes it after. Like, actually, I think I can call this, it's like a world graph state, I think. How many constructors do you need? What is this called? World graph menu toggle state. Okay. Okay. So sneakily, we could just close the menu afterwards. So that way, we load in. We do this. Opens the menu. Ba-da-dum. Great. And then we close. Technically, we could do it that way as well. But I think Armin talking should probably always happen with him in the scene. I don't know. I need to think about how I want to do that. But technically, we've got it all set up now. We can make edits and we can do things, and that's great. Okay. Would you consider making the map darker or blurred when the text boxes come up to help the player focus? Probably not. I might just remove the other dialogue on the screen, like the world map text at the very top. Or if I wanted you, the thing is, I want you to be able to, the whole point of what I'm doing right now, of having dialogue over the map, like the literal point of all of that is, hang on, I just got to put, 1 sec. All of this is going to happen in the top. And all of this is going to happen in the top too. Okay. So the point is that it's the context of seeing the map while this dialogue is happening. That's what's really important. Because the whole point is the game is telling you, you're going to go across the world now and do all this stuff. So like, I might zoom out of the map for the line of dialogue. Like, our power is scattered throughout the world. Zoom out, show you other places. And then I can show you the quest start. If I took you out of the map or made the map darker, I feel like the context gets lost a little bit there of like what the game is telling you to do. So it's just it's a communication thing. That's my thinking anyway. I don't know if I'm like succeeding at that, but that's the idea. It is my scene graph. The map literally is the scene graph. It's just visualized differently. I think it's coming along quite well, yeah. I think it's coming along. It's got little instructions too at the very bottom. All right, we've got a meeting now. Let's jump in.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, Elias. How are you?
I'm doing well. How was the archaeology exhibit? I saw some pictures.
Yeah. It installed quite easily on the software side. Like we have basically 5 PCs that they're called these Zotac computers. They're like these little, they're like so big, and they just have like a ton of USB ports in the back, and they're basically designed for gallery work. So they're all just running Windows. The whole install just basically was me putting a build of the game in a Google Drive folder and then running a bunch of batch scripts that on each of the computers unzipped and installed the game at a specific location. And then we have this little JSON file. It's like a config file for each of them to set up little just instance differences for each of them. And then we have an MQTT server. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's like a local messaging system for like designed for like Internet of things, like for smart TVs and fridges and stuff to talk to each other. But we just used it for like letting the games talk to each other, so that we have one set up as the master. And when like we have like stuff in the room that reacts to the game state. So we have one game that like manages that and then sends out the messaging, and then all the others listen in on that on that server, and then they do their thing. So like it can rain in the game, and we have like a thing called Touch Designer that's like handling the lighting in the room to do like lightning flashes and like play a big thunder roll sound.
Ooh,
It's actually pretty cool. So that
it's like Rainforest Cafe.
yeah. Yeah. So we did that. That all got set up on the software side pretty much without a hitch. Like it's my first time doing any of that stuff. And yeah, that was easy to do. But our hardware guy, Jared, he was working a lot on getting basically he has to solder a bunch of arcade sticks and the buttons to like an Arduino sort of style board that then gets put into it becomes a USB game controller basically, and that is how the players interact with it. So he had like 50 things to solder, so that's going to take him a couple of days. That's a long answer, but yeah, that's how it's going. It's coming along pretty well. Like it'll be great. How about
Yeah,
you?
it looks cool.
Oh, thank you.
I've been good. I pushed some new enemy sound. I know we were talking about a possible pipeline
Yep.
for those. So there's the marten, the
Yep.
hedgehog, and the hunden.
Are we in a position where should I switch branches and have a look, or do you want to play them through?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would switch branches. That's probably
Okay,
easiest.
cool. Maybe I'll do that. I'll just commit what I'm doing now. Updates, fast travel, systems, and tutorial. Okay, I'm going to push that. And then I might just switch over to sound design. Although my sound design's very far behind. Well, not that far behind. Cool. So this one here, mixing, that's the most recent.
Yeah.
Sweet. And then should I listen in Fmod?
No, they're in game.
Oh, they're in game. Sweet. Which, so what are we looking at?
So I guess whichever scene that has both the marten and the hedgehog in them.
Let's do it.
I think I've been using Orenstead Underground 1. Or no. Yeah.
Did you happen to change any values around health?
Oh, you're right. I did for that hedgehog.
Okay, cool. It's on your branch, so it's
Because it was
all right.
dying too quickly. Yeah. I'll make sure to get that fixed. Thanks for reminding me.
Sorry, I'm fighting two
but
at the same time now. That's my bad. There's something that I noticed between both the hedgehog and the marten, which is that they both now seem to have just like some sort of like a gargling quality. And they are like, they're both different from what they used to be in the same direction. If maybe one of them had that kind of aspect to it, that kind of like, it's like almost sounds like an HFO. If one of them had that and the other one was clean like it was before, I feel like that would make them distinct. Whereas right now I'm sort of hearing the same sort of like zippery filtered quality to both of their voices. I guess the hedgehog's much more.
I want to... Okay, I was going to say.
There he goes. I also really like the hedgehogs. That texture, I kind of feel like right now they're short and sharp on all of the enemies. But I wonder if we want to keep that duration the same, or if some enemies should vocalize more or for longer or anything like that. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I aim to keep the Martin like pretty close to how it sounded originally.
Mhm.
With the Hunden, I played around with the length a little bit more
Okay.
since they're like bigger enemies. But yeah, we can always like we have tons of room to play with that
Yeah.
if you feel like some enemies should be longer or shorter.
Yeah, I feel like maybe based on size, like you would go the bigger something is, the longer its sounds maybe should be vocalized, or like lower in pitch as well.
Yeah, that's sort of subconsciously how I'm rolling with it.
Cool. Let's go check out the Hunden.
Oh, are the hurt sounds not playing for that?
No. Maybe it was local to one of them. Do you know which one? Was it here that we were testing it, or were you testing it in a different scene? There's one here as well.
I was testing it in the Athenium Steps.
Yep. Let me go check it out there. He's not here because I'm in the wrong time. Actually, I feel like he should be there. But maybe I can just spawn him in anyway. How about you come over here, buddy? No, I'm not hearing it. I would go, so my general feedback would be, I would go deeper for the Hunden. And I would go more like, more like woof, more like dog, or like a wolf, barking or howling. Right now there's a bit of, it's kind of more grunty. Yeah, I would go like more than like right now we're at like a, we're sort of like up here. I'd drop it down.
I see,
Yeah, a little bit. I know that it's a very fine line because like everything should be a little chibi. So like what is a large tiny thing sound like? You know, I know it's a bit awkward there.
Yeah.
But I think we could go a little deeper for them. I want them to feel more antagonistic, I guess. So more of a threat would be my hope.
Cool. All right.
And yeah, feel free to sort of, I guess right now, I suppose I should ask. So if I said that I wanted it to be more like right now, are we just taking all of the enemies, taking the same sort of vocalizations and changing the texture, like how you were describing before?
Yeah.
Right.
More or less.
So like dragging this out would mean playing a different song rather than changing the instrument. Is that right? If I wanted it to be like longer or lower or a different kind of vocalization, that would almost be like a separate piece of work to just changing the texture.
Yes, but it's like a parallel, like it's about the same amount of work.
Okay.
It's changing the texture. It's just stretching out the
Yeah.
envelope.
I almost feel like there is a set of strategies here that we are, in terms of like trying to optimize this. I would say there is the body strategy where you say, okay, this is like a little tiny body guy, and this is a medium body guy, and this is a big body guy. And we just sort of like, this is where we would say swap in, you know, if this instrument is piano and this instrument is, you know, violin or whatever, you're just swapping them in. That's whatever. Those aren't F holes. So for generic enemies, I feel like it's okay to do that. And then I would say like the Hunden, I would say is just like a separate piece of work altogether.
All right.
Like I would just let that be a different thing where we just go, okay, how should they sound? Let's just do it the way that we would want to hear it. Whereas like I feel like this could be like hedgehog and say the mole we were looking at before, or maybe the medium body could be like the difference between a marten and like something else of a similar size, like the froggen or something. Yeah, I'm happy to continue with this strategy that you're sort of exploring here of just changing the vocalizations. I don't know how much more you can modulate it. Right now, I feel like the hedgehog, you've got hedgehog and marten actually using the same sort of strategy. Right now, I don't know if this needs to be more flexible within this space, or if we just designate the marten into a different class or something like that, and have these vocalizations just be all of them be a bit bigger. Or if like we're just going to find that actually we would just prefer it if everything was sort of floating around in a different space that's not so what's the word, pre-baked template wise. Does that map to how you're seeing it? Like-
yeah, it's pretty. Like what I like about this approach is that the turnaround is really quick.
Right.
So it's super easy for an adjustment. If it's like, even if we do follow a kind of template for like a body template,
Mhm.
If we find that like, you know what, for this enemy, maybe we just want to make it a little bit longer. It's like, cool. 10 minutes later, we'll have,
Oh, cool.
new sounds.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, I'm happy to sort of start with the strategy of the templates of like small, medium, large, and then we should just keep an eye on it and just see like how many times on average we're making exceptions versus like sticking inside the rule. I don't really understand yet. Like, I don't know the workflow closely enough to understand whether or not the exceptions between those rules makes the rules less worth having, or if it's fine. We're just like, yeah, we can just add exceptions as we like. I guess that's up to you.
Yeah, it's pretty much fine to add exceptions as we like.
Okay. Well then, yeah, let's keep going on that track. I'm not sold yet on what I've been hearing for the hedgehog and the marten. Like, I think I want to hear a few more. Maybe if we just like, I don't know if you want me to like maybe give you some more broad, diverse briefs of like, if we go to like the story map and then go to races. Like, I wonder if I was to just give you all of these and say, hey, here you go. Here's a bunch of races in the game. Make some sounds that map to those. Particularly like these. Well, this isn't an enemy. So like this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So everyone except for the Hithen here. And the Hammon would be, these guys would all be sort of like worthy of doing enemy sounds for. Maybe not here and definitely, but this kind of makes them all small, doesn't it? Have we got the... I mean, just, I don't know how long if you said it's really short, maybe just go for it. I won't try to filter you. I'll just say, hey, make like 5 different sounds. And I just want to see how,
like the range of...
Yeah, just the range of what you can pull off, I guess, with the strategy.
All right.
Okay. So happy with the outcome of that little conversation. Do you have any other any other bits and pieces to share, or things that you need direction with or additional delegation on?
There's an extra sweetener in one of the cutscenes, one of the Rekka cutscenes that I quickly added. It's like when she does her pose.
Oh yeah.
And kind of there's a little...
Let's have a listen.
And then related to that, I've been having some issues with playing cutscenes.
Oh
We
yeah.
can talk about that.
I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
I think I just skipped past it. Let me try it again. Am I maybe behind your local version? I wonder. Like for me to not have been hearing the Hunden hurt sound.
Yeah, I don't know. It's up to date on my end.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. I suppose I could try recompiling again and just seeing what happens.
That is strange.
Maybe. Oh. I don't think that was anything major. Hot Reload's still trying to do something. No, okay. Maybe I can just check Fmod.
Yeah, under Fmod it's in Rekka emote.
How have we got an NPC? Nope.
Yeah, you could also just search. It's under
Ah, gotcha.
cutscene OT Sheverson.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, nice. Sweet. I might check also. Ooh, when do we hear that?
Which ones?
The Hunden roar.
Oh, that's you don't.
Oh, okay.
But that's the like emote sound that we talked about.
Ah, cool. Yeah, I would have definitely for the Hunden, I would have the oscillation. I'd cut most of it out and have it be more like a
Like
awoo.
less snarl.
Yeah. Maybe I mean you could have a snarl in there for like it's more just I guess like if I can grab this right now, if it was like a growl, that's one thing. But because right now it's like a for like all of it, there's a wobble over all of it. It makes it sound more like it's like he's got something caught in his throat.
Yeah, I see.
I don't know if that models how it is on your side, but that's how this is how it sounds right now. So I actually think this is like this reminds me a lot of the bokoblins in Zelda, in Breath of the Wild. They all have that kind of like gargly, throaty sound. It's not like the worst thing in the world, but I wouldn't want it over every enemy.
Gotcha.
Cool. Okay. Is there anything else I can take a look at, or are you happy to keep on keeping on, or do you need a bit more direction?
I'm happy to keep going.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well then,
Yeah.
if you're good until Monday, I can wait until then to put more stuff on the plate.
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Cool. I feel like I have to say this every single time, but like, I'm really trying to get to a point where I have like a lot of stuff on the runway, and I'm able to say, hey, like with this isn't a specific thing to you, but just for the stream and for the team, like if I'm able to say, hey, let's spend less time on this so that we can move on to this other prioritized thing, that would be awesome. I'm not at that point yet where I can do that, but I hope to be very soon. So I guess my question for you is, are you feeling at all like you're kind of spinning your wheels? I just need to be very careful of not putting you guys in that headspace.
No.
Oh, good.
Not yeah.
Cool. Because I have no idea. Like I'm just because I'm so focused on my stuff for now. I feel like I just need to make sure that I'm not leaving everybody in sort of like adrift, or feeling like
Yeah,
they're
like
working
with at
on
least
something.
these enemy sounds, I know that these will be important
Yep.
later on, so you know it doesn't feel like a sidetrack.
Okay. Good. Cool. All right. In that case, carry on. I'll catch you on Monday.
All right.
All right.
Take
Thanks,
care.
Elias. Bye. Yeah, it's so important that I am able to wrap this stuff up really quickly with the chapter 1 stuff. I can just, oh, hang on. Wait. One more thing. I just realized we didn't talk about something that he wanted to mention.
Hey.
Hey, you were going to mention something to do with the cutscene playback, and I totally sidetracked us off
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
Do you want to debrief
I've
me?
been having. I think it's an issue with every cutscene. I'm not sure,
Oh, okay.
but at least, which scene was it? Yeah, in I'm in Ornstead Excavation Dandelion Trial right now.
Okay. Well, I got to remember to switch
And
branches too. Yep.
going either using the causality editor
Mm-hmm.
and like selecting the sequence and playing it, or just clicking it with like the thing in the inspector.
Yeah.
It's a bit older. I find that the scene just starts like it just plays without actually playing the cutscene. Like it does the
currently,
same thing.
it's a 2-stage. You have to engage it, and then you have to press it again, and then it'll do it. Have you tried that? Like while the scene is running, pressing it again. Basically, right now, I haven't figured out. I haven't really researched it very much, but entering play mode and then playing the cutscene, there's a gap in the middle of the scene needing to load, and I can't do it in one function call. There has to be like a coroutine or a gap or a wait or a something where after some amount of time, it then tries to play the cutscene in the loaded scene. Right now, the way I get around that is you have to press it twice, once to load the scene and then once more to play it in the scene that you're in. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. That's yeah.
Yeah.
I was good, I would have put some UX there of like it changing, but not needing one more click, I guess. Or just fix it so that it I don't know. Or just tell you. I probably should just told you.
It's all good. It's all good. Now that I've done it once.
Okay.
I'll remember.
Cool. Yeah. Sorry about that. I think I just hoped that you guys would click it again in frustration and figure out that it needed 2 clicks.
All right.
Cool.
No worries.
All right. Sorry about that.
All right.
Cool.
I'll see you.
Do you find one more thing?
Oh.
Are you finding that this is is this stuff kind of like helpful?
This tool very.
Okay. Cool.
Well, when I thought it wasn't working, it
Less
wasn't
so.
very useful. But yes, it is. Like, yeah.
Okay.
It is useful because when I need to take screen recordings to sequence stuff, and
Yep,
it's very easy to just jump to the place that it happens.
Yep. There is a so my concern with it is I feel like I'm solving for some use cases, and there's like one default use case that I'm not solving, but I don't know if that's the case. Is my impression. Because like if you know that you're in the right scene and you know to interpret what these things are, then it's fine. You could just like click around and figure it out. If you know the name of the thing and you know where to find it, then yeah, you can jump to the scene. But if you don't know the name of the cutscene or where it takes place, there's just no way of finding it. I guess that's something that I can't really solve. But like, even I think sometimes find a little bit of difficulty in like reading these and understanding what it means. So I need to just be a bit careful of, or not careful, but it would be nice to see if you guys feel the same way. I'm sure you must feel at least the same way, if not more confused, looking at these names.
Yeah, generally, like, I don't know if there's a cutscene that I know about that I don't know where it takes place.
Right. Okay.
So I'm always able to find it.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe sometimes I do click on the wrong name, and then I'm like, oh, whoops, that wasn't the right one.
Yeah.
Let me go to the other one.
There's a problem here, I think, with like, one is I just need to make sure I'm doing like much more clear naming structure, specifically for this. Like the whole ability unlock teleporting map travel stuff is like, it's killing me at the moment. Like every day I'm looking at it and I'm like, what does that do again? What's that name of that thing again? And then the other thing is that some of it is procedurally named. Like this is supposed to be doing what the name of the game object that contains the thing is, and then what the name of the sequence is, or the other way around. But because of how I've built this, they're the same. They have the same name, so you're seeing it twice, which is just worse than seeing it once. So maybe I should just, I don't know. It feels like maybe this is like a label versus button question. I just need to tinker with the UX, I think.
Yeah, the hurt balance and perfect at the bottom, though. Like, I know what those mean.
Yeah.
Like, I can see in my mind what those are referring to.
Yeah, I guess and then they're in a set of 3 and they're clustered underneath something that's a bit more clear. So that helps
I think
me. Yeah.
In general, they're organized. I know it's it's not always linear, but it seems like in general they're mostly organized by when they occur in game.
Trying to, yeah, it's managing the way that the content is structured in the editor. It's kind of like for us as users rather than players as users. It's like a separate additional UX thing I have to be on top of. But it's worth it because I'm one of those users and I get confused. So yeah, I guess I'll just stay on top of it. But I'm trying not to spend too much time. It's weird because on one hand I feel like some of these things, like even this little thing here, the fact that it's in a box, I have so much confidence interacting with it for some reason. Seeing this like little outline component with the little timeline and everything, like it makes me feel like I'm not going to break something if I press that button. And then watching this stuff, it's like, oh yeah, this is like a player and I'm allowed to press it. Whereas when it was before I had this stuff with the green light, it was just like my confidence was super low whenever I was clicking around. It's a weird thing. But
yeah, for sure.
Anyway, I'll just keep chipping away. Okay. That's all.
All right.
Thanks.
I'll see ya.
See ya. Hey, pals. Okay, that was good. Always good chatting. Let's change this back to fast travel. So we have another meeting with our music composer, with Morgan, at 4. It's now 3. So we have a full hour of this before we have to do that. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back in a little bit. So I'm happy with where the map is basically. Like I'm mostly happy with how it works. There is some stuff here that's not great. Like, I think it's quite visually a little noisy now that I look at it. Oh yeah, I gotta change branches. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's great. Very helpful. Yeah, like actually not in this scene. This scene's bad for that. I haven't tested it yet. Let's go back to this one. Yeah. So here it's like, I guess on one level, like this is nice. There's something about as you zoom out, the chrome of the windows, the little stroke, relative to the size of the preview changes, right? Because the stroke is always 1 pixel, but as you zoom out, 1 pixel becomes bigger relative to the size of the node, because the node is scaling, but the edges are not. And when you're out at this level with a full scene, it feels like a lot of gray rectangles. Whereas here, it's not so bad. It's like, oh, okay, I'm just going through the world and da-da-da. I also don't know if this is the current scene and this is the scene we're hovering. I feel like those two things on screen at once is a little awkward. It kind of isn't. I mean, it should be obvious, but sometimes it's just seeing it out like that is a bit awkward. I don't know how to describe that or explain it, but there's just something that irritates me about seeing this twice. It looks broken. Hey, Gouda. Daylight savings time kicked in. So yeah, I think so. A little bit earlier. I wonder if I just shouldn't show. I guess you're always going to load in on the scene that you're in. So maybe we just don't need to show it at the top. We just don't ever show that. And then actually what we could do is show the hovered name at the top if we really want. It just feels a little cluttered. I don't know. Maybe even like the cursor in the middle is just like a little heavy. Yeah, I don't know. In like GTA, they show it bottom left. I almost don't know if we should show the names, you know, at a certain point. We could also black out here and show it here so that you never have text over over the things, or we could outline it. That would be the other way to do it. So we would go focus label and we would do the outline material. Like that. Well, we added, yeah, I had a label under the title, which was the current scene that you're in. Oh no, this bug, I hate it. Dude, Unity does this thing sometimes. If you somehow open that drawer while the game is loading, it will hang forever. For some reason in Unity, if you click on the game drop down while the game is loading, it'll do that. Don't ask me why. Yeah, something like that. Okay, this should work still, because I did save it, I think, before I left. Yeah, so that now has the stroke on it. That's easier to read. It's just not a very nice thing to look at, I think. Well, it's certainly not bad. It's just that when you're looking at a lot of noise like this, it's kind of like hard to tell the relationship between this and this. And you don't want it to be like right on top. Any lower and it might be way too tight. So like putting it here would be straightforward. That's where we've got it. That's where we had it before. If I go to the world graph again, well, we had a different kind of label there, but now they're like the same thing. So if I put scene label on and then focus label off and then go to world graph and make the scene label the focus label. So scene label now goes into focus label spot. Now I can back up and press play, and now it's like that. I guess that's fine, right? Is that better? It's definitely cleaner to look at. It might be a little confusing if you're doing this. Kind of looks like Orange Underground 1 is the one above. I think this is fine. Like seeing it change. You think the previous was better? Do you know what though? There's one other thing. There are layers here. There might be some contextual information that I want to show on the nodes. Like for example, if there's an outstanding quest that's on a node, do I want to show that information on hover, or do I want to show that information all the time? That's another layer that we need to get to that I'm quite conscious of, but I don't have like an easy answer for. Yeah. You like the previous one? I think this is better. I think it might be marginally better. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I might show more information. Like one thing that I've been considering very closely is the way that they do it in Fez. So, what the heck? In Fez, there are points when you go to the map where, see this? There's like a key, and then all of the maps have these little dots next to them. They're not great, honestly. I think they're a little bit hard to read sometimes, but the principle of them is nice in that it's scannable, and that scannability, you always have like, you can always see if you've like fixed the level or if there's like outstanding stuff you need to do on the level. So like for me, I think there's going to be a part of the game, and this is like the whole reason of having a map is to convey information that you can't see otherwise. That's the point of the map. And the map as a tool for abstraction or like goal setting, it makes the game like this. The mere fact that some levels are When a level is complete, it shimmers in gold. When a level is incomplete, it has a white border around it. That distinction creates the game's to-do list. You know that if you have done that correctly, you're going to hit the credits at 100%. If you've made all of the nodes, it becomes a progress bar. It becomes a checklist. If you can tell that you've like done that level, that to me is extreme. That is the Metroidvania puzzle game thing. That's like if you don't have that, if you don't have a map, there's no reason to be anywhere at any one time. You just go, oh, I'm running around. If you have a map, you go, oh, I know where I can go. If you have a map with icons on it, you have a set of things to do. This is why, like, you know, in the last decade, you know, Ubisoft became known for the towers, because as a game, showing the player all the things you can do is a really easy way to express the depth of content in the game. And you can keep the player invested in all the content if they know where the content is. So for me, that's been really important, is like being able to show the player where the content is. I don't want to overdo it, but I do want to do it. Even this, like warp gate, small gate, treasure, this is great. You know, I don't have to flood you with content, but just giving you some context of like, oh, I can warp from here is very valuable. I mean, in Insignia, it's massive. It's a big part of the game that's actually missing from like the way I think about the game, the way I brand it, the way that I, you know, all of even this behind me showing you the world is because I have a brand kind of pillar of like exploration in the game. You know, the world being a sprawling place you can explore is a big part of what I think people will get excited about, right? Having that identity. The map is exciting to look at because it tells you that there's more than just, you know, the most basic stuff. What's happened here? There we go. You know, it kind of invites you to get excited about how much game there is behind it. And if there's a story that's taking place in that world and you see the map, you go, wow, there's so much story too. So for me, it's valuable. I just need to do a good job of it. Like here, you know, showing these little things up here. This is good. The fast travel icons, I'm not quite there yet. This is supposed to say that you have unlocked fast travel. I might need its own icon. I don't know how valuable it is once you've unlocked fast travel. I don't know yet how valuable it is to know which ensign you've unlocked. But maybe it's just an icon with a color to tell you what color ensign. There's another layer to this which I've been tossing and turning in my mind about, which is this ensigns map shows you the abilities you've unlocked and you can highlight them to see them all, right? This is in a way a map, right? It's kind of the same thing to plot all of these things on a map of the game versus on a grid of, you know, things that you unlock. It's conveying similar information. So I need to just be careful that I'm not doing multiple things that do the same job. It's just a little thing there, you know. So here, we're going to be working on this today, actually. Like in the next hour, I'm going to make that look good. Right now, if I keep pressing it, it doubles up. So I can open and close the menu a bunch of times, and I get like 50 of these things stacked on top of each other. All right, I'll see you in a bit. What's up, chat? What up, pals? All right, let's do this. What are we gonna do? We are going to, as quickly as possible, have a think about what we want to do with this map menu system. Okay. So, for this specific scene, I think what I want to do is have the teleporter, once we lock in here, and then show us the thing we've just unlocked, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. I guess we don't get to. Did I not? Oh, this is now null. Okay. Scale. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, it doesn't like that. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Oh, this is also null. What the heck? Okay. Okay, save that. Maybe I lost it when I transitioned off the branch that I was on. Okay, show us the thing. Da-da-da-da. Yep, amazing. Oh, that's wrong too. Dude, I must have lost all my progress when I switched over. I was sure I committed. Oh, dude, that's wrong too. Wow, I saved like nothing. I lost like all my progress. Oh boy. Explained. Click this. Wrong. Save it. I'm sure I'm on the right branch. Yeah. I don't know what I did. All right, well, let's back out. Try again. Bro, fast forward it's a game changer. I wish I could. The only problem is I've got unscaled time happening. Okay, that's good. So now I just need to make sure the text is correct. And it was because I had a slash here that was wrong. Cool. So, back to this. I want to use the same terminology. Same styles. Cool. And then we could just check this last one. We don't have to do it all again. We can just press play on this guy. Boom. Perfect. Yo, there's actually one other thing which which I would love to solve right now. Hang on, let me just see. Did all of that stuff just get fixed? Yes. That should not be changed. Okay, whatever. Okay, updates. World. Graph. Teleport sequence. No. Fast travel sequences. All right, let's go load up a Pomodoro and we're just gonna spam. There's one thing that, like, if I can't fix this, I'm gonna lose my mind. I don't do any code review, but I can obviously look at the diffs. You were just seeing me do it. You know, you can look at the changes. It's honestly most of the time not worth it. Like, I am in a team, but I am previously a solo dev on this project, and I'm the only engineer really on the project, or developer. So, like, for me, I just use it like my save state system. You know what I mean? I just save. I just, like, do a thing, commit it, do a thing, commit it. If I screw up something, I can go back to the last time I committed the thing. I probably should... I mean, that's how I do it. I probably should branch off a bit more on specific features, but it's just me working on it, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I don't do like pull requests or like anything like that. What I wanted to do was, oh yeah, dude, I really want to fix this. Let's clear all tasks. And I don't want to do that. I want to do a new task called fix dialogue blips compared to rendered characters. Oh, this kills me, dude. Okay, here's the problem. So I have text in the game, right? It might be this many characters. I also have styled text in the game, okay? So like sometimes it's like chevron STYLE equals blah, 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 blah. And then, this, and then /style. So this stuff is not part of the game, right? It's not part of the game's like punctuation or what the player reads. It's not part of the text of the game, but it is part of the text boxes, right? The rendered, the actual stuff that's written in the game includes this. So the tags I need for the game to basically, if it's doing dialogue, like if someone says it's going to go bloop, 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 but it should skip all of this. Currently, it does skip all of this when it renders the text. So it doesn't render, this is invisible. You'll just see the word there. But the game currently is still skipping over all of these in when it determines how many blips and bloops it should do, and particularly when it should do what I call punctuation blips. So sometimes, for example, if it's like hello, comma, world, exclamation mark. This is a short punctuation. This is a long punctuation. So what I'll do in the game is I'll go like blip, 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 break, blip, 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 long break, and then the next thing. These breaks are checking the punctuation in the rendered text, or in the text that's going to be rendered for breaks. So even if you're holding the A button or just watching it read out, it will read the text with little pauses in it to help kind of like break up the punctuation, make it just more interesting to read. Currently, this, when it breaks, doesn't account for these tags. It doesn't know to like omit those tags. So it'll break if there's a style tag in a text box. This stuff, when the breaks happen, go out of sync with the actual what's being rendered on screen. I need to solve that right now. Okay. Let's go check a basic scene where we can test this. I guess the first, I guess we could do it in just like a random test scene. We'll just call it test dialogue 1. Okay. Maybe just go create empty. Okay. So Cool. All right. Pretty cool I can do that quickly now. It's always fun. Okay, but I'm gonna have to press play on it. You know what? We didn't even need the sequence instance, but it's okay. Test dialogue 1. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to bring the volume way up in the game and turn this music down so I can hear this properly. All right. Yeah, are you hearing that? Did you see that? The extra dots. That's the problem. And then, yeah. Especially because I'm going to do some punctuation in a sec, and I'll show you what that looks like too. That's even more wrong. See, that break after 2 should have happened when the yet was finished. So it's actually like way off. Now, it's not, no, it's just that it's reading the style tags as text, but obviously the style tags aren't being rendered, so it's going out of sync. So let's see if we can try to omit the style tags. Put the music back on for a spell. Let's have a think. So right now, it's doing this based on the next character. How often do you use carrots in dialogue? Can you omit, ignore, escape them somehow? Yeah, I can try to do... I think what I want to do is maybe just like, maybe some kind of like regular expression that just gets rid of all of the, the chevrons, the carrots, and then just work on that. I don't think I'll ever need to do an open or close bracket. Like at the right angle in the game ever. So I think we could just cancel all that out. When we do output, right now, this is what's a bit awkward, is visible characters is handled by TextMesh Pro. So TextMesh Pro is saying, hey, let's show this many visible characters. And it's TextMesh Pro's responsibility. It knows how to parse the text. Hey, Scott Ponder. So for me to be able to know, I guess what I want to be able to do is to pull from the characters that it is rendering and determine based on that, because it's already doing the escaping for us. That's the point. So let's ask GPT if that's a thing. I mean, literally, we could just get the string that we're about to spit out. Well, no, this is the thing. Yeah, we're just taking the text and iterating over it, one character at a time. We're not iterating over the escaped characters. We're iterating over the raw characters. So maybe we could just... We still need to iterate... Well... Let's think about it. Let's have a think. When... Yeah, that's the thing. So this max visible characters... Max visible characters. Is there an easy way to know the length of the string that text mesh pros max visible characters output is currently rendering, not accounting for invisible characters, such that we know how many are actually visible and can compare and can do logic over, say, the most recent addition to the visible characters. Visible character count. Yeah. So rather than iterating over the characters, we iterate over the max visible characters. I think that's pretty reasonable. I think I can do that. I don't know if it's a resolved value that we need to render the thing in order to do that. Hang on a second. That's not quite the same, is it? Visible character count is not the same as me checking the characters. Correct, Ian. That's right. You got there before me. Oh, really? That's dumb. What is full text? Target.text.text. That's silly. Wait, a substring. How is that? Is that right? Or is that just giving me a string that's as long as the visible characters? I just like arguing with GPT sometimes. You literally have to write is visible. Is it not possible to retrieve text without styles using a function created by TextMesh Pro? Apparently not. Let me just Google it. You actually have to iterate. My brother, I was just asking Claude. I'm just checking different sources. I'm just Googling things. I'm just seeing what the answer is. Because Claude, it's giving me some silly billy answers. And I'm just making sure. Don't you worry. I do know how to use computers. Okay. So, I mean, it is this. Basically, it's just... Yeah, that's the thing I don't like. I think you have to force the update in order to even calculate it, which makes this actually kind of expensive. Because what it means doing is first rendering the text. Then checking if the text is rendered. One line at a time. Then clearing it, rendering it again, plus one character, and then subtracting those two strings. Or I guess what I would do is update the text and then check what we just added from the previous thing that we'd written, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it's a very expensive operation to do this force mesh update. It's like you wouldn't want to do it more than once per frame, because you will notice it on slower systems. So because it needs to regenerate every single character as a mesh. So if you've got like 300 characters, that's 300 meshes that you're generating. It's weird how it does it, but I mean, it's just how it works. So I think I'm okay with going down this road. We only have 5 minutes to implement it before our meeting, assuming Morgan hasn't responded, so we've got more time than that. Let's have a look here. Yep. I don't know what that is. Fair enough. Character info is character info, character count. For each of the character counts, character info is visible. Append that, return that. Okay. So we would have like public string visible, prev visible. And then we would say like void update visible text. And then I would say like, it would be something like, oh, I don't even need to do that, do I? I just need to say like, text.visible, what is the thing that I'm doing? Target.text.maxVisibleCharacters. So it's like target.text.maxVisibleCharacters ++. And then I literally don't need to do that. I just need to say string visible text is get visible text, and then char last character well, this I don't know about that. How does it know not to stop on ... Ah, here it is. That's pretty clever. Okay, so all of these things would be, you need to pass in, what are we doing here? We're doing all of this is the string, basically. So I need to do like a new version of this. I might as well just do it. I might as well. What am I drafting it for? Did your overlay icons get bigger? I don't know what that means. I don't think so. But I will update the thing. Okay. We're doing this for more. I think Morgan's not able to catch up today. So this, we just really want to do this with the visible characters instead of anything else. That's all. Also, sorry, yeah, this is like dialogue system. Close that. Okay, so this is string text. So now it's text.length. And then, wait, what is CH? Why would I want to do that? I think I just want to check to see. It's always the last character in the string, right? Well, let's do something here. Hey, Blood Red, thank you so much for the sub. Okay, I'm just going to do some production queuing. I think I've already written that down, though. Let me just check. Yeah, I do have that. Okay. All right. So, coming back to here, let's have a look. So, we're just going to say if text last is that, second last is, yeah, I know it's greater than 1. So, I don't really need to do that, do I, mate? That's the whole point of this. And then that's fine. And then that's fine. And then it's last is that. And then it's is punctuation last. Second last. I did have a meeting planned, but she couldn't make it. I think this is actually the inverse. The inverse. I think it's... maybe this is next. If the thing... For this to be able to do full stops, we actually always have to be looking at the second last one. Ellipses. We have to be always looking at the second last character that was played to know if the next character... that's annoying. Because that means I have to pre-render the next character. If I hit a full stop and it hasn't rendered the next full stop, then I don't know that it's an ellipse. Otherwise, I got to do this regular expression stuff. Yeah. Well, so far, those are the only things stopping it. It's easier if I do it's easier if I do it with this system, because then I know guaranteed that TextMesh Pro hasn't rendered it and it's already parsing to do that. It's already doing it. So all I need to do is the tough thing is if we're at this point where it's like blah 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 is rendered, and then we're about to render a full stop, and then the one that we would be rendering in the future is also a full stop. We don't want to pause on this one, but I don't know that this is coming until I render it. And I don't want to say pause. I don't want this to stop here. Player thinks it's a full stop, and then as they continue, they reveal that it's an ellipsis. That sucks. So I need to, and then the opposite would be to check this once it's already rendered, which means we have to skip over full stops, which means it's only on, if this was a real full stop and what's coming next is a space, we would have to render the space to pause on the full stop. I think we actually might be okay with that because no punctuation happens directly after punctuation. There's always a space after punctuation, correct? As long as there's always a space after punctuation, commas, dashes, is that correct? Unless it's like, wait, really? Yeah, like Mr. dot hello, comma, space. Is there always a space after punctuation? Let's ask Jippity. Hey, Jackson. Thank you so much for the raid. Line breaks. maybe. Spanish might be an issue. But we also wouldn't want to pause on this punctuation if it didn't have a space. So actually the answer is, if it's punctuation followed by a space, then we know that we should have stopped on it. That's actually a nice little trick. If we're on a space, we can check if the previous was punctuation, and that's when we know to stop. Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't stop until after that was finished. That's the point. So the question is, if we're looking at a space right now, and then no, not English. I'm looking at all languages, at least the ones that GPT pulled up. If you're looking at a space and the previous character was punctuation, you can put a pause on it. That's a rule that works. If you have 3 exclamation marks, you don't want to pause on every one. You want to pause on the last one, which is followed by a space. So if you're looking at a space and the previous letter was punctuation, you can pause. I think that works. Whoops, that's why GPT was confused at me. Cool. I think that wins. I think that's just the logic. So now at the very bottom, we just update the visible text, and then we just say get wait time on visible text. And that's it. Okay. And then what else am I doing? There's sounds here. I am currently playing Dialogue Advance, and then there's typed character. I'm doing that every second character. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the problem here is that the whole metronome is based on visible characters now instead of actual characters. So we have to start at the beginning and just read through it and make sure that it works. This is an old script. It's about as old as the game. It's like 2017. So I don't know how crappy this is. Let's have a look. I'll just do a full review. From the top, code review. Adam from 2017. Let's have a look. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Don't know if I like internal state machines, but it's okay. This is okay. No space after Japanese full stop. Ever? They don't do any spaces? Do they ever do spaces? Well, what's that? Is that its own special character? We're going to have to come back for this if we do Japanese then. For now, we're just doing English. Let's move on. We're doing Romance languages in English. We can look at that as a special example later. We could say a better way might be to say if the current is not punctuation and the previous is. Then we don't have to think about spaces. And it'll work for Japanese. That's different. The game comes to a stop. The player has to press continue. But then you still have to write. You'd still end up writing the wrong one. Well, we'll have to solve this later. I think for now, it has to be based on the space. We can solve it a future way better. Okay. So, stop playing later. That's fine. Probably too many, but whatever. State. Okay. Dialogue is the step that we're on. This should be called like... I mean... It's fine. Sequence player is sequence player, good. Next char, left name, right name. We don't need these anymore. Next character. We'll see if we'll use that at the end. Char time, comma time, period time. That's fine. Wait time, time at... That's interesting, that's global. Last character, okay. All right, I've seen enough. Don't need these comments because there's nothing valuable in them. Okay, this is all fine. This is engine related stuff. Okay, that's fine. So this is like just playback. Maybe I should like call this like advanced to next character. Advanced characters, advanced typing, advanced text. Even play text or like resume playback or... How many hours do I code? Per day or what? Okay. So advanced text. If the next character is less than dialogue length, next character is this, and then output this. Okay, this is the one that needs to change a lot. Per day, like 5 or 6, sometimes more. I'm also an artist and a designer, so I don't just code. Okay, what does this do? Okay, so this is setting the max. Why do I need to do that on a different function? I'm not sure I like this either. Is this skip to end? What is this? If story step equals dialogue. Oh, it's just that Text Mesh Pro is already doing an irregular expression, and Text Mesh Pro is already in charge of what's visible. So if I do a parallel calculation, that's not the exact same calculation it's doing, I'm just going to be out of step anyway. So it doesn't really It's not about showing and not showing. It's about knowing what's being shown, which is, yeah, it's not worth it for me to write a regular expression because I'm not in control of what's being rendered. Text Mesh Pro is, which I'm already using. So, if it's dialogue, next character. Okay, this is just to set visible characters to 0. So coming back to this, I don't need this function. This is dumb. Let's just keep all the logic here, shall we? And then this is I want a thing that's like visible characters. That's crazy. The other thing that's interesting here, though, is that I don't know. I guess we need to know if the total amount of characters is less than the. Well, it's never going to be the case, but if I increment the visible characters only, at a certain point, I'm going to be incrementing visible characters, but I'm not going to be incrementing actual characters because it needs to know that it's gotten any longer or shorter. So let's go rendered characters. And then when we start play, this next jar can go. And this becomes rendered characters is 0. Okay, so if rendered characters is less than dialogue.length, rendered characters plus plus. But that's not right either. That's going through. Well, no, that is okay. I mean, we're just incrementing characters until we run out of characters to render. This will handle no characters and only punctuation like exclamation. There's a couple of things going on here. The game is going to render the characters, and that's fine. I have some rules about extra things that need to happen when the characters are getting rendered. For example, every second character, we do a stroke sound like a ch. So it's like a ch 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 ch, or like a. So that's one thing. It needs to know when it's doing that. The other thing is, every so often, when there's punctuation, it should stop for a little bit. So it needs to determine when there's punctuation. And it also needs for that punctuation to be based on what's visible, not what's in the text box. Because the text box includes the style codes, the style tags. So we need to be asking Text Mesh Pro, what have you rendered? And did you just render some punctuation? If so, pause for a little bit, and then we'll continue. So this rendered characters plus plus needs to be I mean, that should do one thing at a time. Am I using Vim? I'm not actually using Vim, but I'd like to learn them. So this get wait time is based on target dot it's like get rendered, what did I call it? Visible, get full visible text. If Let's maybe do a little short, a little something here, a little sneaky of. We'll call this like characters, and then int rendered chars is I don't know if that does that. Maybe character count is what we want. Hey, I'm okay. Well, you would have like a and then you would have a pause. But there is no scenario where someone just says an exclamation mark. I mean, that might as well just say nothing, because the players still have to press OK after that. The user doesn't type. This is an adventure game, so they're just reading. They're just reading and pressing OK. They're not typing. So, rendered characters, text, maximum characters, I guess minus header length. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that's kind of an issue as well. I've just created. Let's keep going. So this is rendered chars. And then this is also well, actually, rendered chars should be the full string of characters that have been rendered. So actually, when we get full visible text, that should set a variable that's like just global. So there should be like a string called visible text. And then whenever we get full visible text, I think we need to do this exactly once. Okay, and now we know what's visible. Okay, so now we're going to do this with visible text. And now we're going to say visible text dot length. Now, it's interesting to me because I don't know why every second character, I guess this is just for punctuation for the sound effect. Okay, so if it's not punctuation, I mean, wouldn't you want to do that first? Wouldn't this be visible text -1? I don't really understand why we would do that. I feel like you would just type it anyway. It feels a bit weird. I'm just going to ignore that. That is just its own thing. So now we just look at this. Let's look at advanced to end. So visit max. I don't think I need next char anymore. So it's just that plus that. And then that's it. Okay. Okay, that seems fine to me. And then up here. I don't know why we need that greater than 2. There might be something smart that we're doing there that we don't need to know anymore. But maybe that's rendered visible text.length. So that it doesn't spam through multiple. I don't know what that's for. Okay, I mean, that sounds like we fixed it. I don't know if there's anything that we need to worry about beyond that point. It sounds like we just are maintaining the correct thing. So is that all we have to do? Let's have a look. Nope. Okay. That was so fast. What is that? Invalid code? Dialogue engine? String? I think it just didn't compile. Did I write that? Oh, the order of this is important. It is important because stuff changes depending on what you do. That's very sad. Let's hear it again. It did way more. Okay, first of all, typed character is not a thing. It should be like play character sound. Or play type sound. That's a verb. Visible. Okay, this is why we need to. This is why we need to. Because this is going to happen every time we advance the text. And advance the text happens every frame. So actually, it's going to spam this. If the visible text hasn't changed in the last frame, it is going to suffer. Also, we're advancing the characters every frame. I don't know if we wanted to do that. Also, what is chars for? What do we need this for? Oh, I guess we do need it. I think I want to call this like index. Just so I know what I'm doing here. There's no speed here. It just wants to, we just let it go at 60 FPS or whatever. Whatever the game speed is just going to go. Don't know how I feel about that. So index plus plus target max visible characters is header length plus index. Okay. Now, if this is that and so here we're going to say string previous visible text is visible text and bool updated equals previous visible text is not equal visible text and updated. Aha. Okay. So at the very least, it's not now over, it's not going da 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 more than it needs to. Although that's not great. This should be index. And then we should do that. Good. Good. Now, for the pausing, it's not doing that yet. Okay, so it's never doing punctuation. See ya. Yep, we never get there. So why is that not right? If we need to get at least that far. Nope. Okay. So if the last character is not a space, how is that? How is that possible? What, this always returns true? What? 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 Wait, if it is a space, I want to continue. So it's never a space? Is it, am I crazy? Is space not a visible character? That would kill me, man. No, they don't count spaces as visible characters. No. But like, it's still rendered. No, That totally ruins everything. That ruins everything. Right. So why does it never show me the character? Let's just spit out the text. It can't. It can't. It can't. That doesn't make any sense. What? What? I just pressed all the wrong buttons on my computer. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Look, it literally isn't. Is that my thing? Have I done this? Have I done something stupid here? Oh, is visible or is space. Let's try that. Okay, that has the space in it. Hello, space. Okay, so now we should be able to do it. Wait a second. How did I do that? When I went back and forth, oh my gosh, Windows sucks so bad, dude. Windows sucks so bad. I went to a new desktop space by pressing Control Windows key right and then Control Windows key left, and it totally rearranged my taskbar just to a random order. Like you can rearrange things in the taskbar, but if you move to a different workspace, they get rearranged. What the hell, Windows? Come on, man. Okay, so we made it. We made it. But we never get to, maybe it's just the dot equals check. But I don't think that's working at all. We never get comma or punctuation, but I know that we do. Debug.log. Let's have a look. There is punctuation in there. I don't think I have a comma though in the text. Have you comma per chance? Okay. But no comma. You're kidding me. It is what that is though. It is what that is. Second last equals text.length minus 2. How? I don't understand how these could be wrong. Like, I'm like not even, I can't even fathom how this could be wrong. It's a bunch of empty characters. Look at all these gaps. Am I crazy? What? What are you talking about? Oh, there's a bunch of trailing empty. What is this? What is that? Huh? Brother. Okay. So what it's doing is, I think, escaping all of the spaces. These spaces are getting kept in there somehow. If I take these away, I just added them. Dot is visible. Okay. If I try that, I bet you it won't do it. Yeah. Okay. So then why can't I just character info? This is for all of the characters that we have. And it's using this is visible check. Is there really no way to get the get rendered characters? Is that really, is it really not possible? Oh, is it just that? Is it just the text? Hang on a second. No, see, I don't want that. I want visible characters. Like, I want rendered. Who do I ask this question to? You can see how it replaces the formatting block. Where? This is crazy. Oh, there is a get parsed text. Let's maybe try that one. I don't know. I'm trying. We're finding stuff out. That's what I want. That's exactly what I want. Thank you so much. That's the thing that I want. Wait a second. Yeah, I think that's what I want. I think that's what I want. I think I can make that work. So this get full visible text. goes back here. And it's a get the substring of the parsed text. So it's target dot text dot get parsed text dot substring that. That's what I want. Thank you. Hey. Oh, we did it. That's the first time. Thank you, Squiggy. Champion. Let's go do some other stuff in the game and see what happens. Oh, and we can totally use a much better method than we were going to. Now we don't have to check what's in front because we know what's going to be rendered already. Because we know the parsed text. I'm assuming that is just, it was the same no matter what. So actually, technically, when we go wait time, we don't need to do visible text anymore. It's just the parsed text at the current character. I guess we can do this still this way. It's not a big deal. But you know what? There's not really a point. Do I want to do it the smart way or do I want to do it this way? It's fine. We'll just do it this way. It's fine. Let's just move on. There is a better way that will help for Japanese later. We'll just have to remember that. I actually will remember that like 3 years from now when we're doing a Japanese port of the game. Okay, updates. Dialogue engine to support characters proper syncing between rendered text and punctuation. Whatever. I know what I mean. Okay, that's great. That's huge. Probably should have taken out these dialogues, these debugs, sorry. Whatever. What is that? Is that Shift Enter? Control. Oh, anyway. That's so annoying. We did get there in the end. Cool. Okay. Let's move on. I bet you that's nowhere. There's nowhere in my game where that's a to-do. There is. There it is. Yay. Hooray. I did a thing today that's on my to-do list somewhere. Okay. All right. So now we can play the music again and I can stop listening to my voice so loud. Okay. Cool. That's from like before we even pushed the build, the last build. So, coming back to the game, I was thinking about, I guess we should just play it through and just see what is happening here. So, this happens, blah, blah, blah. Yes, very good. I don't know why the camera is off center like that. I just have to deal with it. I think it's Armin. It's okay, I'll just ignore it. It's great. Cool. AZ, is that the... Yep, cool. I gotta write some stuff down. I'm gonna forget it all if I don't. Okay. So the first one is... It is from Final Fantasy X. Yep. So the first one is Armin roll animation. Second one is Armin doesn't stand at Crucible in Discover scene. The third one is tutorial text for all abilities in scene. Okay. We can continue. Oh, I'm so passionate. I gotta finish this so quickly. I want to move on from this goddamn task. I'm so just like, I have so much nervous energy to move on to other parts of the game. I want to work on chapter 2 and everything else. I don't want to be here anymore. Yeah, Crucible ending cutscene. That's one that doesn't work. Okay, cool. This opens up, amazing. Show that, cool. That's what we wanted to do, was do our factory pattern for these that closes correctly. Okay, and then maybe give the player a task at the end. I did a title drop. What are we, some kind of Insignia? starter things in pixel art. What kind of stuff are you looking to get into long term? Pixel art's pretty broad. Not everything's applicable to everything else. Games, top-down, side-scrolling, or just art. You can do pixel art without it being games. Factory pattern, better factory pattern and disposal of ensign of map markers. I actually have those already, but it's a task that's already in there, but it's okay. Top down or side scrolling probably. So like just making games, and then like what generation are you excited about making games to look like? Like a Game Boy or like Game Boy Advance or like more modern? Is it like beat 'em up stuff, like fighting, like Street Fighter Third Strike? Is that like a goal that you have? Or is it more like something cutesy, like the version of Zelda, like A Link to the Past? Like what's your ambition? Because I would say if you're going for like big sprites, then learning to draw is almost more important than like learning to do pixel art, because you're going to need to understand anatomy and shading and all that kind of stuff. If it's super small stuff, then I could say just start small. Just look at games that look like that, and sort of what I would love for you to do. So like adventure style game is more painterly, right? If it's like something like Day of the Tentacle or Monkey Island, now you're talking more just hand painted sort of graphics in pixel art. In that case, I think you know what my catch-all example would be? The one exercise that I don't really recommend, but I should be recommending it because I think I recommend it, but in the past I haven't been. Do a paint-in. Take a screenshot in 1:1 resolution of a game that you want to be able to draw like, and literally paint a sprite in the scene. Like, literally like this. Take a screenshot of Monkey Island 2. This is like insane. This is probably not the game you want to do it with. But if I copy this image, go into Sprite, go file, new, it'll already know what's in the thing, and just press paste. Okay, go. You got your palette. It's right there. You want to practice? What do they do? Wow, that's crazy. That looks like one of my clouds. Whoa. So like I could do that. I could do some clouds. I could add on to this. I could do that. And I could probably clean up their clouds. I could like fix their clouds actually. This looks like exactly one of my clouds 50% of the way through. Mine look like this. It's like I drew this. That's crazy. I've literally got a tutorial where I explain how to do that. That's looking okay. And then like down here, you might do something. You know, maybe I would tidy up all this nonsense. I probably don't want it to be that bad. You want to do sort of a dither pattern. If you want to do that, you do this, you do this, you do this. And then you do this, and you say 100. Just say 100. And then you go like that. Look at that, much more organized. If only they had Sprite. And then you can just fill it in. And then what remains is always going to be nice dithered. And you can back it off or whatever. And it's not going to look ratty. It's going to look good. So like literally live inside of the work that you're inspired by. I did not do this, and I ended up overshooting. Now I do tutorials on YouTube. If this was my target, I could have hit this years ago. Sorry, whoever did the art on Monkey Island. I'm just shitting on it. It looks good. but it's like clearly drawn on paper and then imported. It's not, this was not done as pixel art, I don't think. Like, otherwise you wouldn't have done that. You would have done that, right? This could be a cool idea for a video. And you know what? Inevitably, at the end of the exercise, someone will come in and say, I liked the original better. It had a more intentional, painterly look. There's literally no way you can update old graphics without someone saying they prefer the original. It's just impossible. Contrarian on the internet is just the easiest thing for anyone to do. Yeah, I think so. Like, you want to do characters? Okay. Time to draw a character, dude. Guybrush looks terrible here, but you know, maybe even you do it as an exercise in like color balancing. So like these are way too hot, these colors. So I would probably switch it over to like something like this. I like the original better. I think his original skin color looked sunburnt. I think that's what they were going for. Someone in Europe who's in the Caribbean would have more sun-kissed skin. Bro, that's what I want. Go a little darker. You know? Yeah, I just pressed copy and pasted. You just go wherever you want. Okay, let's pick a different one. Make sure it's a proper screenshot. Copy image, go to Asprite, file, new. It'll already bring in the size, paste. Yeah, this is definitely drawn some other way and then brought in. You know, but you can sit here and then you can fiddle with it and play. I would have a targeted exercise. Don't do what I'm doing where I'm just like clicking and updating stuff. I would specifically go and say, okay, I'm going to draw a character next to Guybrush here, and that character is going to stand like this. And I want to draw a sprite of this character next to him. That's what I would do on a new layer, and just, you know, do it like that. And try to study what it's doing. You know, if there's a specific style. You know? You could even try to redraw the same character, you know, if you want to use the same colors, but just do it in an updated way. Or even if you want to, like, I wouldn't copy one-to-one. That's the one thing that I would say probably don't do. Don't just sit there doing copy paste. It's more about the vibe. It's more about understanding, like, what are the choices that they're making and how do they do those choices. So here, Like there's a shadow underneath the boot that makes it look like a cuff. That's how they do that. Okay, so then maybe I'll do this and this to make it seem like there's some depth there, and then I'll do the same thing here. Okay, cool. Okay, they got a bit more shadow up the top. Okay, cool. Maybe a bit of overhang on the pants. Great idea. You know, it's more about understanding the choices than it is about just copying everything one to one. I like the idea of adding a bit of depth in the perspective. Maybe our guy's just gonna have a big white shirt on. Maybe he's waving. I'm gonna give him a big cuff here as well. You know, and you just do that. You just play around and figure out how they did stuff, and then you do similar stuff and see how it works out for you. And I think that's a great exercise. I think you learn a lot doing that. Like a really good one would be going into Link to the Past, or even Link's Awakening if you want it simpler. And you get to live in those little worlds while you're doing it too, which is awesome. It's fun. This is a super rough style. I'm not used to doing it like this, but I think it worked. They could be friends. Maybe I would bring the head in just 1 pixel. Maybe like the eye out that way. Nah, keep it that way. I had it. Or even just like that. Nah, that way. But maybe this. Yeah, there we go. Great. So yeah, just do that. just do what I just did. You could even give him a little shadow. And then give Guybrush one too. Fun. All right, where was I? Armin's just waiting for us. Sorry, bud. I was just doing something else for a bit. I'm not cheating on you. Okay, so now I have to go over and do the rest of the game. Ah. Okay, but now I can do this. Let's get it retro up in here. Well, Armin was designed to be a Monkey Island character, really. I mean, it was inspired a lot by Guybrush. It's not an accident. I loved the military coat. That was like the big thing for me. Hey, thanks for the sub. Volksy. Okay, so this is where we're trying to go. Oh, I can't seem to... Whoops. I didn't unlock the menu. Well, that's going to hurt me, isn't it? Ooh, did I break something? I think what I did was not unlock the menu from this. So, this is teleporter, and then this is unlock fast travel. No, it is teleporter, and it's here, and then it's this close. I think if you close, you have to unlock. I think it's just madness that doesn't do that. If you're closing, you're unlocked. The end. It can't be locked. What is this? Is invisible text nullable? Strings are nullable? That looks way better. maybe a little too saturated. I think I went overboard on the retro filter. Blah, 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 blah. I do like it though. I like the saturation a lot. I think I might just knock it down maybe like 10%. Keep the chromatic aberration where I'm using it. Since 2017. Long time. Not full time, but for all that time. Okay. Cool. Cool. And then I should be able to do this. Great. So I want to go to the red one, and I need to direct the player to the red ensign. That's a must. I do have a video on top-down styles. It's actually it's one of the better ones, I think, in my catalog. People seem to like that one. Hey, Chartle. That's all you can think about. That's great. Game dev is amazing. It's scary. It can be super time-consuming. But it is super validating. Okay, good, good, good. So far, so good. Sick. This feels way better paced. I can't believe that. Like, I taught the player the abilities faster before. I think I just need, what's missing is like, a little bit more chance to use them as you're getting them in traversing back across the world. I think that's the biggest thing. And obviously a bit more story. I found this little trick. You can use the charge ability and then jump, keep all your momentum, and then use it again. You can like boost your way through the level. You're not supposed to get 2 charges then. It is a speedrun tech. I've known about it for ages. Because it resets when you touch the ground. So if you use it on the ground, you keep your momentum, jump out of it, still get the momentum, but it's reset. So you can use it again on the next little bit. I might weaken it because I don't want it to break the game. That said, my game's kind of unbreakable because you don't get to keep the abilities when you leave the level. So if there's a way to speedrun a part of the game, I think that's fine. That's massive. Okay. Can I fast travel? I broke it. Okay. Why did that not work? What's going wrong there? I don't know why that didn't work. I really wish I could fast travel right now. But anyway. Oh, dude. Okay. Some more pointers. Make the scan lines less, and then saturation less. Whoops. Whoop. Oh. That's also annoying. Back side of the charge sends enemies the other way. It should be based on the way Armin's facing, not based on anything else. Yeah. Whoa, it's the first time I'm getting actual gear in the game. I never do that. Oh, I forgot, you can't do that. Oh no. That's all right. I can skip us ahead anyway. I know where I was going to go. Okay, and then we're here. And then we do this. Well, that's the thing. You can't take an ability with you. So if you have one and you're super abusing it, when you leave the level, it's gone. That's the point. I don't know if that's going to, like, you know... Dude, I can't wait to be rid of this demo. I can't wait. Oof. Not because I'm sick of working on it, which I am, but also because, like, I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be fun to play. I want to show it to my, like, my nieces and nephew. I want them to play it. Thank you. I'll be the favorite uncle. Do you know what? I won't be the favorite uncle because my little brother works in movies. He's worked on some amazing movies. He's working on an amazing movie right now. I can't compete with that. I can't compete with him. So... He worked on the Minecraft movie. Say what you will about it. Kids love that movie. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoops. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Can you down hit fly? Yeah, you can hit flying enemies. Boss fight. Yep. have a mental window, but I don't have one that I'm prepared to share. That's a speedrun strat. You want to see speedrun strats? That's a speedrun strat. The stair bunny hop. Slow popping. Am I going to finish this demo right now? Am I going to actually finish this? I think we're going to get to the credits here. I'm going to eat something. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But I can't do that because I got to do this first. Can I skip this? I can. Okay. Skippable cutscenes. Let's go. Whoa. That's not much health. That was easy. Okay. She was on debug mode. That's fine. At least we get to see that we can get through this part. Oh, I made them all skippable in this mode, in dev mode. That's cool. Blah. Watch this. Whoop. Beep, beep, beep. That's where you're gonna go next. All right, chat. Should we go through to chapter 2? You can't. It's the credits. All right, pink. It was pink. We almost had 3 Morgans out of 5 people. Could you believe it? 3 out of 6, sorry. We had a sound designer who was doing some work with us at one point called Jack Morgan. And I did not know, I didn't orchestrate any of that. Okay, so we're looking at Clinker. Who was that? That was for Mr. Pizza Hunter. Yeah, you can send me a message with when you know what you want. Cool. Okay. Okay. Well, that was good. So let's do a little bit of monkeying around here. The post-processing for the camera has a volume, and the volume is based on this, and this is here. So if I'm here and I'm looking at what the game looks like, I should be able to take the chromatic aberration, that's fine, adjustments, contrast, saturation. Let's knock it down to like 13 instead of 17, I think. And the scan line is like post-processing shader, CRT shader. Okay, this should be like 5. Yeah, almost imperceptible. I think that's pretty good. Let's try it at the start of the game, just because I know that better. We could take the blur off. That's one of the things that I could do, is just take that one bit off. E.g. Now you get the benefit of it being sharp, and you get the colors, and you get the scan lines. I might prefer that, to be honest, over the blur. You still get the chromatic aberration on the edges, which runs off, it plays like a blur anyway. See ya. Dude, this game is pretty solid, man. It just needs more content once I get all this stuff done. It's getting like, I'm really feeling like there's not much more I could possibly add to this in terms of like quality. Like the systems, it moves well, you know, like it's It's going. Okay. So let's see if we can get through some of this stuff. Armor doesn't stand at Crucible in Discover scene. That's annoying. That is the Anvil Interest Teleporter. No, Discover Crucible sequence. Okay, so this needs to be at 44, I think. That's right. And then Armin has a mark. Yeah, this return point needs to be dead on there. I think it's just 0. Perfect. Okay, let's watch it. And the beautiful thing is I can just press the play button and do it. And I can fast forward. Because I'm smart like that these days. Still don't know why that's so white in this version. Yeah, he stops a bit short. And I think he stops short because is the red design at the bottom supposed to be doubled? Yeah, right now it is, because I've got a couple of ensigns that have the same. They're both abilities in the game. Don't worry about it. It's not a bug. It's just the way that it is right now. Okay, let's try that again. The thing is, this timeline, this thing here, where Armin is supposed to run back to the interest. It puts him dead in the middle, but it's not quite right. Because he doesn't actually go right there. So if we go to this, not camera shot, but it's a navigation clip. Navigation clip behavior. And then destination. Navigate to position. That's the destination. So it's just navigate. How do we do this? Armin has a navigate to position, and he faces the destination, and then we set cutscene run, which is this walk cutscene run to the destination. So let's go look at Armin's cutscene run and see how accurate it is, because I want it to be bang on. I don't want him to stop early, and a lot of these movement behaviors that I've got in the game do stop early. So I'm going to take Armin behavior. I'm going to find cutscene run, and it's this one. And it must be his walk state. There's a lot of states here. He's got a couple of walks, which is really annoying. This one's called cutscene walk though, so it must be that one. It has a tolerance of 0.16. There you go. I'm going to have a tolerance of 0.04. Even 0.03 pixels should be enough. I don't think he should have much more tolerance than that, because he's going to shift. He's going to, like, sometimes you don't want it to be too picky, because if he can't reach there for some reason, then the game breaks. The circle is asymmetrical. It's okay. You are right to question it. It's not correct, but it's not unintended right now. That's better. Perfect. Oh, there you go. I just needed to make his tolerance lower. Just have higher standards, Armin. Okay. Okay, 1. Let's go. It's 5:43, which means it's pretty late actually. I gotta finish up soon. This is already, that's not the right time. It's 5:43, which is this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna blitz out some more of these, but I just gotta check with my wife what's going on for dinner. Okay, we're back. Oh, I'm so motivated. Let's go. Let's keep going. Okay, this is a to-do for Morgan. That's for production. It might already be there. Nope. Good. This is tutorials X for all abilities in scene. I can do that. I can do that now. Let's do it. It needs to be done. I can do it. So, if I go to the old version, I'm just going to remind the player. I just think they're going to probably have forgotten by now. So, now that should probably go away once you kill the enemy. Yeah. I think I had this doing that in that previous scene. Was I doing an enemy is dead check? I thought I might have been. Oh, it's literally on the dandelion. So when the dandelion goes dark, it also just disappears. That's pretty clever, Adam. I thought about it just now too, you know. I was like, is that a good idea? And then I was like, let's see. But it looks like if I was already doing it once, then it's okay. Gotta be careful about doing that. If I just exit the scene without saving, it obviously doesn't save my progress. Yeah, not great. Is top-down or side-scroller harder to start out with? In what context? As an artist? Or in development? Like, are you looking to make a game, or are you just doing art? I don't think one is harder. I think maybe top-down's a bit easier. Maybe. I don't do a lot of top-down, so I can't say for sure, but I think side-scrolling tends to be harder. Mostly because the contrast with the foreground and the background is always an issue. You want to see the character, but like you don't have the lovely grass behind them. You know, in a top-down game, you always have a nice flat color that the character's drawn against. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, can I see the character's face or his jacket when there's gray behind him? Okay, I really wanted that to fade on its own. I thought I had, I'm certain that I had a thing that faded out when you destroyed the enemy. That was on a condition. surely I don't think I have an enemy. But that would be a good one. Check to see if an enemy's dead in the scene, and then make a thing happen when an enemy is dead. There's also the proximity fader. Could have a I feel like it could have an aspect about it that checks. I'm sure I solved this at one point. I'm certain that I did. That at some point there was a prompt that disappeared when you defeated an enemy. And it was there just the first time, and then after you defeat the enemy, it goes away. Is it? Do I do it here? This one. This downward prompt. Or does it just stay there? Let's have a look. Boom. Hey, it faded away. How come? How did it know to do that? How did it do that? Attack dandelion prompt. Disable condition. Hey! Oh, I see. I'm checking if it's active. Oh, that's great. That's really cool. Yeah, let's do it. Same thing. That's really smart, Adam. Good one. Keep it up. Okay. So I just place it anywhere in the scene, and then I delete this previous prompt. And then I put this here. But I gotta move the collider to be here. That looks okay to me. Perfect. And then I'm doing a conditional behavior to disable. There's enable and disable, and the game object is the dandelion vine. Boom. I knew there was, I felt like I had done it before. Oh, I don't like how fast that's coming in. Oh, but that worked. Operable fader. Okay. How do you work? Is that the override? I'm pretty sure it is. I think we don't want to override on. We just want to, I mean, even off would be. It must just be placed somewhere that's not right. Wait, is that right? It's just, let's have a look at the canvas. Opacity value. Canvas group. Nah, that's getting snapped on. And the duration is set. So what are we doing here? Am I spamming it? No. That's great. Oh. That's why. Confused myself. Oh, perfect. Thank you. But I think I might want to do one more that turns on when you defeat the enemy. Let's update this. This is not tutorials. This is ability unlocks. Cool. All right. So what's next? We want to do this. We want to do like another one called scale prompt. I really should have the cards, when you unlock an ability, stay on screen until you press a button to dismiss them. That I don't do, and I should do it. Okay. So the scale prompt disables when the dandelion vine is alive. And it enables if you're in here and it's dead. Let's see it, chat. Let's see it. I think this is going to work. First try. So, press that to attack downwards. Press A and Z to use ability. Ta-da! Foolproof. All of you fools, it's proofed. Okay. So, Let's get that scale prompt. Over here as the charge prompt. So this condition has to do with the first hedgehog. And so it's disabled. This should be opposite. It's disabled if the hedgehog is dead. If you're in the, it's enabled. Yes, if you're in the thing and the hedgehog's dead. It's disabled if the hedgehog is, well, if the hedgehog's alive, it's disabled. That's the only condition. So, there. And then we go, yeah. Hedgehog's alive. Nice. You also have to be in the box. You have to be in the box, and it has to be dead. Excuse me? No, not in the box, and it's dead. Wait, disable is just not in the box. Huh? This doesn't have to matter. I got it wrong twice. Okay. You're not in the box? Disable. What the heck's going on over here? Enable. You're in the box. And it's dead. Right? In the box and dead. Enable. Not in the box. Save. Okay. Thank you. Whoops. Not quite. Cool. Amazing. That's the second one down. Next would be take our charge prompt, bring it over to a snake. Oh, and this one's easy. You don't even need the enemy to be dead because you can't see it unless you killed him. But you have to use the right ability. You have to use the correct one. You can jump up here and do all of this without killing this snake. But you can only go up if you have the correct ability. Hello. Hi. How you doing? You hungry?
Yeah.
What are you thinking? You want Uber or do you want local? Well, let me think. I don't want pizza because I can't sleep if I eat pizza and I need to be up tomorrow morning. which limits us to things that aren't too bad for me. The local things would probably be better.
When's kebab closed?
It might be 8 tonight. I'm happy to do kebab. Oh, that sucks. We could do. Well, we could do the other place. That does wraps there. The chicken place. You don't want that tonight. Okay. Do you want to order some from somewhere that does chips? Yeah. Order. Is there other things that... You have a look and tell me when you found a place that you think their chips are good. And then we can continue. Mm-hmm. All right, I think I need to update this. Okay.
It's a compliment.
The typecasting. All right. I'm going to update this level because there's a specific thing that if I don't have you do it, there's no guarantee that the logic will be right. So basically, map, I need to grab all of this and go down a little bit further. Maybe even this. Yeah. Crop the selection. Okay. All of this plus this can be copied and dragged all the way down here. Even like that. And then this is fine. It's more this bit needs to be further over. I guess we could just do this. Doot. Doot. And then the thorn prototype, we wanted to just go. I think that was enough. This might need to be further forward. Okay. Now, I can basically guarantee that you have to stand here at some point with the ability to go up. I could probably even do this if I was feeling pretty cool and cheeky, but maybe not. What's it called?
I've never had beef.
I can try it. I don't mind.
Have you had it before?
Nope. That's probably okay. So let's go back over here. That'll have mucked everything up, and that's just fine because that's how game dev works. And then what is that affected? Almond. Oh gosh. Almond bucket crest. Turning. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, that seems okay. What about the teleporter sequence? That's okay. For now, let's just move what we can comfortably. I want to say right there. No, it's more than that. It's like there. Yep. Yep. Might be nice to have something here to interact with. But in any case, and then everything here minus that got shifted this way. Great. And then this goes there. Although, why is that? Where are we? What are we doing here, guys? Where's this collider gone? Campus group, bomb. Is the collider just offset massively? What is that? Why is the text so far low? Did I drag it down maybe? Ah. That'll do it. Okay, and then there we go. So maybe here. Like right there. And the collider can be basically this entire block. Yeah. And you know what? I didn't update the ability text in the previous scene. I screwed up. So this is jump. This is correct. And then these conditions can just, I think they could just go. And then this doesn't need this anymore. I do want the conditions. I just want this gone. The enable condition is it's true. The disable condition is it's false. Cool. And then back over at charge. How are we doing over there? Not happy? Is tonight chippy night? This is attack. Cool. AX. I want to encourage the player to jump higher. You know? Otherwise they won't jump. They'll just walk over. It is a little unfortunate that it's like the first time you do it and you have to jump. But there's actually, it's kind of my fault. There's not really a context where using the ability will get you further than jumping. Like you can, I mean, if I run and jump, that's about as far as the ability takes you. You can't do it. Do you want help? Okay. Do you mind if I'm still streaming? You don't know if you mind. Okay. All right, chat. It might be time for me to go. This was fun. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to commit this now. Adds all prompts to Crucible dungeons. Cool. Push it. This was good. This was actually a really good stream. I feel pretty good about all the progress we made. I'm working my way through all the stuff. I mean, like, we're not that far. If I do everything, then I'll be done. I got to keep doing that though. There's just more layers to it that I've got to be mindful of. We already did those two. Just got to constantly be conscious of the amount of work that there is. And constantly be working harder. It's kind of hard. It's a bit impossible. All right, this goes here. Crucible exit cutscene. Oh yeah, I have to work on that. That's actually really important. At the workshop example, it shouldn't show the title of a quest. That's gone now. I deleted it. Give the player a task at the end. That's important. That's really important. Better factory pattern and disposal. That's really important too. Backside for the charge. That's not that important. On off center at Crucible sequence. Done. Better factory map icon management destruction. That is the same thing as this. So let's delete it. Redesign Crucible teleporter, anvil backing. Don't know if I need to do that. Fix bridge sequence. Okay, cool. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. Let's find an unsuspecting stream at a raid. Well, there's me. Rui Pana was really cool, right? Do you guys enjoy that channel? They said a really heartfelt thank you after last time we raided, so we'll raid him again. Thank you, chat. If you like what I'm doing today, you should wishlist Insignia. 100%. Super important to do that. And that's it. I guess I'll catch you Monday, yeah? Look out for a video that I'll be in that's not on my channel very soon. I'll be recording it tomorrow. Okay? Thank you, chat. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Insignia Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.
Oh my god,